From coast to coast, we on that grind. True crime tales, we follow the signs. ChatRats rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud, we the ChatRats. Let the story unfold from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the ChatRats. Murder boards and old police logs. Late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff, puff, pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the ChatRats. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats. Solving mysteries, we the ChatRats. Puff pass.
What's up, guys, girls, cool cats and kittens? What's up, Lawleen?
Hey guys, hey Danny.
What's up?
Did I just Little Mrs. Chat Rat? Did that change the stream? Because I haven't seen that one.
No.
I guess I missed it then. I love it, Toy. Good job.
Yeah, it's been in there since the beginning. Made sure not to leave that one out.
Well, not the beginning. I was the one who suggested the question marks in the background.
Yeah, since she started doing
The remake, yeah.
But everybody should have one. Everybody should have one. Fuck, I didn't know Turtle Boy was going live at 8, or else I probably wouldn't have done that.
He said last night that he wasn't sure if he was going to continue the daily streams, but it just depended on how much came out each day. So, with Brennan releasing his statement and not being able to cover as much as he wanted to the past few days, I'm assuming that's why he did.
Yeah, I figured he'd go back to Tuesdays and Saturdays. Well, and Thursdays.
I feel like it'll be probably another week because the way he was talking tonight, he's got several people possibly in the works for interviews, or we'll see. Might be a while longer.
Yeah.
He's gonna ride the wave as long as he can.
Ain't no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Ay. But got a bunch of crowd to watch. Just gonna hang out for a second. I don't know what Dean's doing. He's popping in and out. He's here for a minute. He's gone for a minute.
Backstage?
No.
Oh.
Just.
I talked to him earlier in DM or whatever, but let me go see where he's at.
He'll be hit. What's up, Cheryl? Angel, Prince Lover, Clerk's in the house, MJ, Gingy, Mary B. I don't think Case is still here. Robin G's probably goofing over in Turtle Boy.
Case was in Discord saying they just came in with morphine, so he should probably have a good bit of time to watch the stream now.
Yeah. He's fixing to have some time on his hands,
Yeah,
and
he's gonna be sitting there bored.
then he's not going to have any time. You better enjoy
Nope.
this last little bit.
The last few remaining seconds of silence and peace and joy at Case.
Yeah, you better enjoy it. But we got some stuff cured up. I got a bunch of crap queued up. We got some Kohberger, we got some Karen Reed, and we got some Suzanne Morphew.
We got to make sure to wish Janine a happy birthday. Like if she
Yeah,
comes
I
into
know.
the chat. If not, we need
Wait
to
on her.
get her in here.
Yeah, I sent her a StreamYard link. She better come on.
I haven't seen her in any chat, so she may be working late today.
Yeah, probably so, on her birthday. I got lucky. Mine was on a Saturday. Yeah, this is going to be low rent for a while, but we're going to watch some stuff. Let's watch it.
Did you see what I sent you about Nan's following that same case?
Hmm?
I put a screenshot under your thread.
Oh, yeah.
That Nan is into the case that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I doubt she's going to hang out in here because she hasn't. So,
well, I mean, she's probably not going to be in as high of demand, so it might be something that's plausible to get her in here now to go over the case.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. But hopefully it's sent out invites, and I know everybody's in Turtle Boy, so maybe they get bored in there. They'll come over here.
Is this everyone in Boston talking about it being like 98 and 107 degrees? What the crap?
98. We don't want it to be 98 down here. It'll be oh God,
130 with humidity.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what these little baby dudes do.
Officer boyfriend John O'Keefe hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
Dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people.
No.
We're almost like caricatures.
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer.
Defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found. So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial. He seemed like a nice guy.
0 cents. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
Yeah. Because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes 0 sense.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
People turn this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered. And it's atrocious for that family.
I'll never slow up, no, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough, I wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play it.
Crazy.
I haven't seen that one yet. That was so good. Brian Albert's face and Chris Albert's shoes kicking on the chair. That was hilarious.
Yeah, just sitting up there kicking his little feet around. I'm trying to get this thing to open the damn live stream in my app, but it will not. Bastard. And here's another one. That's fairly new.
Life's a bitch, and so am I. And Carmen knows your address.
Yes, we're 5 strong, powerful women, and you can't stop us. Look at us.
Listen, this is why people watch this trial and say it's just off. Something is completely off with how they're doing this. And that's why many people think it's a national embarrassment. And there's so much, I mean, you just watch this and you can't look away, whether you are a trial watcher or a lawyer, whoever. I mean, you'll never see anything like this again. It's just so bizarre. There's so much mismanagement in just deliberations. I mean, why?
Brennan's nasal polyp says, I just want to hear Bev say one last time after Karen is acquitted, Miss Reed, you are all set.
If it's a not guilty verdict, it's a choose your own adventure book. What is going on?
What, is it going to be like the last trial? And they're talking about that. Right. They know about it. It's impossible that they don't know. Like, holy shit, this is happening again.
We are disgraced, and we've opened our mouths and we have stood tall. Okay. And those are things that there have been many of folk that have wanted us to shut up and not have our opinion.
Right.
And the reality is, if that influences them or certain jurors to make a decision one way or the other on the OUI, that's not justice at all. If that's what makes them vote not guilty or guilty on that count, just to avoid this, they ought to be voting on the evidence and the evidence only. And this has been twisted into a complete convoluted mess in the exact same way the first case was. And it's as if they learned nothing. It did nothing right after the first trial to correct it.
Prince Oliver, I don't know where Petty is. I messaged her, but she didn't message me back. So it's Monday. There's no telling.
And it comes back to one person, and she's sitting in the black robe.
Every American following this case right now should be infuriated with what they're seeing. Every American following this case right now should be infuriated. This should not happen in the United States of America.
Which is not justice. A jury should never be thinking about, I'm afraid if I do this, this is what will happen. That's not an evidentiary fact-finding trip that they're supposed to be doing. And at this point, you don't know what the hell the jury is doing or why they're doing it. And you're officially in crazy town with this. You don't know what's going on. The jury doesn't understand. The lawyers don't understand. And the DA says, Judge, whatever you decide, I'm cool with. That's where we are.
Feeling positive about this jury. I like that foreman. Saw him with my own eyes. Okay. Saw him with my.
That's funny.
Are you able to pull up X and TikTok and everything tonight?
I don't know. I can pull up some stuff on X as long as it's not on the other stuff wanted me to download his podcast and shit. I don't know what it was.
I mean, I sent you several things yesterday that you said you weren't able to pull other than Howie Carr, but I know Gingy sent that one and that's on X, so I was going to try to go and send another one. I had to.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's another one, Robin Jesus. Yeah, can't play that one.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about when they said Shakira. Yeah, if y'all want to watch that one, you'll have to go.
You can watch
look
it.
at it
Can
yourself.
Just
sing it in your head.
God. Oh my God. Oh Lord.
I'll have to send the one I found earlier too.
I saw where Barros was doing an interview with it's on YouTube too, I think. Gingy, she's a TikTok person.
I think the YouTube got though. Now it's like only live on TikTok, but yeah, he's on there talking right now.
What happened to the YouTube one?
They said they're having technical difficulties, like Barros was, so she could only do it on TikTok, I think is what I understood in the chat.
Oh my God. Too bad we can't play the music.
There is a video from that Next Witness channel, though, of all the law tubers' reaction to the verdict that I posted. I don't know if you want to watch it, but it was really amusing. The way the whole events happened from like 2 to 3 p.m.
This is it right here. I already got like
Yeah.
15 things queued up since I was bored.
Holding it down within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God
I
save
think
the
my
Commonwealth of
favorite part was
Massachusetts.
Melanie
This
dropping
court's
the
session will
F-bomb.
be seated.
Was what?
Melanie dropping the F-bomb after.
Oh, God. Gingy, I said, Robin G sent me the other thing. But I saw the YouTube where they were posting about Barrows, but I guess you can't watch it on there. This one is 20 minutes long.
It's day 36 of the Karen Reed trial.
Could be a verdict, people.
If it's
Could
a
be
verdict,
a verdict.
that's
Andrea's gonna be-
it's
209. It's 209 on the East Coast. Let's do that 227, baby.
You almost did 27.
227
Okay.
verdict, baby.
27
Let's go.
verdict.
Well, we knew it was going to be a chaotic day today, didn't we? We saw that one in the forecast.
It is wild. Like I've never seen that many people out there.
In Karen Reed, the parties have been summoned back to court.
So we are on verdict watch. I would think if it is a verdict, they would say that and say what time they're going to read the verdict.
I don't know. Somebody's saying the parties are coming back to court.
And all the parties have been called back to the courtroom right now.
Here comes Karen.
20 hours. It's been 20 hours.
Well, here they come.
So it might be another jury question. It may be that they're deadlocked.
I don't know what it means. What if anything it means? It's 2:03 p.m.
We don't know what the issue is. We're going to go to court.
Ooh, a little bit of anxiety.
Oh, Alan Jackson gave the
I love you.
I think that's what it looked like. Yep.
I see the fan here.
Fan is still up.
Everybody's asking to keep the fan on, so we'll let it go.
Verdict clock is still ticking.
The verdict clock continues to tick.
I haven't really invested anything in this law and crime clock.
We're wasting time, killing time, but it's funny. So we're not really wasting anything.
There have been reports that there's not another jury question. There have been reports there's not a jury note.
Well, I have to say, and I've got OnlyFan watching too, guys. As soon as OnlyFan moves, I'll take us off the sea of pink.
But the only one that really knows what's going on right now is that bailiff. He knows if there's a verdict or not.
I feel pretty confident. I don't know.
He knows if it's a question or not.
I was going to say that it could be a verdict.
He knows what the question.
We need to do an hour of the fan, just like a memorial bit of the fan.
I saw someone do a TikTok today doing their fan at home, and it's like, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Questions are, but obviously he doesn't know the answers.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Maybe it's guilty on the top count across the board, and we'll all be really sad.
It's an unlikely state of affairs, but guys, you never know because you have no idea. No idea what the jury is doing. No idea what the foreperson is doing.
Anything is possible at this point. I would just be surprised if they didn't actually announce a verdict.
I am just hoping that at the end of the day, DePetro gets more jail time than Karen Reed.
Everybody is trying to find every indication how the jurors are dressed, et cetera, et cetera.
Everybody's thinking it's a verdict.
We'll see. If it's a verdict, we're going to watch it here together.
According to Sue O'Connell, a court officer walked by me with a medium-sized envelope with the back fastened closed.
How do you feel?
Really nervous.
Oh, Lord. What's with...
We're literally trying to tea leaf read what is in the envelope at this point. This is great.
And yes, very nervous. Here we go.
Well, she looks all business.
Yep. See, I'm glad I double checked.
Thank God.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had not.
Who says luncheon? Come on, Bev. You don't say luncheon.
On the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it.
Look at Jimmy. Jimmy's like flipping the camera off of his head.
Paul, do you have it?
Wait, so they do have a one verdict?
I don't know.
Do you have
no.
What else could happen in this case?
This is going to have real implications going
anything
forward. So
happens.
just wait. I've got a lot to say about this.
And to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
I love
What?
this.
This is insane. I've never heard of
I haven't.
this.
It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record.
So you're
I'm
not
going to
accepting
ask
it.
to be marked. It's marked for ID with the word jury.
No, they need to ask. They need to find out, do they have a verdict on any counts? No. They've got, I feel like they have a fucking verdict on something.
What? Are we in a game show?
We're going to have 2 verdicts, apparently. Hope they get the right one when it comes time to publish the real verdict.
So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and
We are all
recorded in
painfully
open
aware.
court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. So we'll see everybody later.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Now I feel like an adrenaline rush all of a sudden.
Wow.
Wait, what the fuck is happening? Okay. What the fuck just happened?
So just to recap what happened. Judge Cannoni
How
said
great was
during the
that?
lunch hour.
Golly. You don't give me very many of those from her.
Oh, that was legit right there.
Yeah. That was a good one. That was a good one.
There's a knock at the door.
This case, which of course is already one of one and so out of the norm, has just had a situation where the jury said, here's a verdict over lunch.
The jury knocked, indicating they have a verdict.
Luncheon
They
verdict.
have a verdict, and they apparently provided a signed verdict slip.
And then, before we could get everybody together, another knock. Just kidding. We don't have a verdict.
And then, before anyone went and checked with them, they said, just kidding. JK, we don't have a verdict.
But then said they have no verdict.
And then they knocked on the door and said, never mind, just kidding. Somebody changed their mind.
And the first verdict that is not a verdict has been placed into a sealed envelope.
And she has decided that means they have no verdict because she has not accepted and recorded the verdict.
And
is
filed
sealed.
under seal.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Just look at it. Wait, pause.
This is
Wait, go
obviously a confusing situation.
What?
If you go back to that last segment where there's Bob Motta in the car and like they're just sitting there, like everyone's like, WTF? Like the faces on all 5 of them were probably looking at them. Bob's in the car. You got Auntie Deb in the car. Like, I'm here for y'all to explain to me what's going on. And all the lawyers are like, we don't know what's going on.
What does that mean?
Uncle's like,
This is obviously
blow
a
fucking gas.
confusing situation.
What in the fuck, man?
I'm not even sure what to think of that right now.
And
But she took a verdict slip from them and put it in an envelope.
Yeah. So my question is, the jury, when they're back there, they only have one copy of the verdict form. So if they spoiled the copy that's currently in the envelope,
They have a verdict, but only one slip.
I don't see that in here, Lolly.
What's that? Where I sent you yesterday? With John DePietro's racist rant about the juror, and that was on X, and that was when you were saying you couldn't open up anything on X. It was that.
The Ruby C.
Hang on.
It says Nick Rocco and X.
Yeah, that's where ST walked out. That was like that powerful moment I was talking about. But like, I think I sent John DePietro's racist rant right before that, if I'm not mistaken. They're like calling Court TV, asking for him to be, no longer on, but they brought him on last night.
I'll look for it.
I really
yeah, this is great right here.
Is this on somebody's show?
For this.
Well,
Look at Nick Rocco.
wow.
Yeah, Nick Rocco.
It's a
There's
TikTok.
ST.
Watch ST's face. Yeah. She's like, F the Commonwealth. And I didn't know until I went back and watched LV Copps's farewell show to Gonzo that SD wasn't in the courtroom and neither was Nick Rocco for the verdict. They took them to the back of the courthouse and had like them and a couple of other media people with a couple of guards in there. So they weren't in the courtroom for the verdict. And then they escorted them out first. And then you saw the media come out. But she was talking
Yeah,
about falling
I don't got
to
the
the
Petro
floor and
one
everything.
unless you put it in the chat, not in the DM.
I thought I sent it to you, but I'll send it to you again if I didn't.
Flip.
At what point were they given a new copy and by whom, under what circumstances, and so forth?
Let's hope there's not.
What are you talking about? What are they doing in the chat, Prince Lover? Dragging who? SD? Huh. Take her a second.
Got some fights going on in that jury room.
It sounds like a bully juror potentially. Like somebody got bullied into voting a certain way and then changed their mind.
Why are they trolling SD in the chat now? I don't want to pull the chat up. I got a bunch of videos to watch. We got to get our
Well, I
watch
mean,
hours.
people were this is not SD even taking credit for this, but what she was doing this trial was driving all the interns around and going and getting food. Like she was doing all the legwork for everyone. And on top of all the activism that she's done, like that's just amazing to me.
People take the opportunity to rag on whoever they can.
That's silly.
I
Her
mean,
heart was
you got to be a little
absolutely
bit
in it.
jealous. I can see why they're doing it because she's sitting with the family. She's in and out of court with her. She's
But she's
always hanging out
sacrificing
with
her
her.
day, and she doesn't
Oh,
get
yeah.
money off
No
of a
doubt.
YouTube stream with thousands upon thousands of people. Like, what did she gain from it? It was
Nothing.
self-sacrifice, in my opinion, and people should just lay off.
Yes. She didn't get a whole lot of nothing out of it, but the ultimate prize of Karen Reed being free.
And she hasn't even talked to Karen since the verdict, or had not when the LV Cops show happened. None of them had. Oh, that came on stream.
My wife's here. Hello, wife.
Hello, wifey.
Must be meaning Val went off already.
What does that mean? Verdict? No verdict? Yes verdict? Somebody had to be strong-armed? Is that what that means? Did somebody have to be strong-armed? They had to be placated. They had to be re-persuaded. They had to be bribed. They had to be what?
Judge said, well, the jury said they did have a verdict, and then they said they didn't have a verdict. But I've got something here in this envelope that we're going to seal up and nobody's going to look at it. And we're just going to mark it and put it into the court record.
Do we ask them, have you reached a verdict on any of the counts? That's it.
Surely we would ask. We would ask for a partial verdict at this point.
And on the record, you should clear it up.
Yeah, I think it would be totally appropriate to maybe ask some clarifying questions or, see.
Yes,
what's
I
going on,
have
but
some
we're not
clarifying questions like what and the fuck.
Right.
They reached a verdict to the point where they put it in writing.
You see this double standard? You see this double standard with how the law works.
And then after they handed the written verdict to the court official to give to the court,
they then knock again and say, just kidding.
Right.
Apparently.
What?
This is not a verdict because it was not in open court. Okay. According to the judge, they changed their mind. It was never read in open court. It's gone.
It's not final. It's not a verdict till we say it's a verdict.
This verdict was filled out, was dated, was signed, was sealed, and nobody gets to see it.
Even if you sign it off, hand it to them.
How did they get their hands on this envelope?
Well, then the judge asked them to take whatever verdict sheet they used to come to a verdict and then uncome to a verdict. Whatever they did when they came to a verdict, they took that one, even though they've changed their mind and it's not been accepted or any of that. It's in an envelope so that it's part of the record for later.
We're at third or fourth hand at that point, right? You have the jurors talking to the bailiff, talking to the judge. What if the juror said, we have a verdict, and then they're like, well, we actually have a question about the verdict, and the bailiff took that to mean, well, they don't have a verdict anymore, and they really just had a question. There's just so many things that can be lost in translation.
Right. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that could be going on, and this is a very suspicious activity that we had here, and that's why she really should have cleared it up.
Obviously, nobody should see what this non-verdict verdict is, and then they're going to come back with another verdict, which will be the so-called real verdict, which may or may not be different than the not real verdict. This is
Messy. Messy.
What was said? What happened? How did we get here?
So, no, pretend this never happened. Never mind the man behind the curtain.
Yes.
And come to find out, another M. Night Shyamalanian twist in this goddamn fucking. Oh, my blood pressure's not good after.
That is an appropriate comparison because his movies are awful. So
yes.
Unless it was also a way just to avoid doing it at 2:27. Kidding.
I mean,
Well, for the second time in this trial, the text message has been deleted at 2:27.
Let's see if I can find a fan somewhere.
Let's just put this one on. Hopefully that's okay with everybody.
It looks like here we go. Court TV has the fan.
Still just the fan everywhere.
It's there, guys. You won't miss it.
Something.
So, Lolling just sent me this. This ought to be
Yeah,
good.
Turtle Boy only showed a snippet, I think, Brian LTL showed a snippet of this, but this is Karen's brother Nathan's friend Adam was videoing when they walked out of the courthouse, and this is what it looked like to them.
That's got to be crazy right there.
Yeah. And then I sent you the DePietro racist rant mocking the juror.
How racist is it?
Oh, no, he just mocks her.
Gotta ask.
It's not bad. It's bad for a journalist, but it's not bad for you or I.
Through at 1:53, court guards just brought in a first aid kit and an AED to the side room.
What? It's because there's a couple of older parents. They're just being precautionary.
6 minutes ago, Karen looks extremely strong and brave right now. She's trying to hold it together, clearly fighting back tears. Her lawyers are all hugging her.
Too much coffee.
Well, dude, it's a big day. It was the biggest day of my life.
Oh man, this is a big day.
This is extremely emotional. I can't even read the tweets. I'm so emotional.
Oh man, this is a lot.
There are thousands of people standing outside in anticipation.
So there are a lot of people down there right now.
They've shut down the entire street outside. I can see out the window. The entire sidewalk and stairs of the registry are packed with people in pink.
I mean, I suspect they're on all hands on deck on the security right now.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, that link just sent me to his page. How far down is that video?
Aiden's page?
Yep.
Maybe about 20 or so posts. I can try to pull the day for you. Hang on, I think I still have it up.
I'm scrolling
2 days
down
ago.
now.
2 days ago, and it starts with this is.
I'll find it.
Looking at on Boston 10, they've got a dual stream of OnlyFan and the outside.
They're all outside the courthouse.
Cops are everywhere. Helicopters can be heard overhead.
But there's a lot of people down there.
We have been waiting for this moment for 2.5 years, tweets Aiden Carney.
I gotta pee. I haven't peed in like 3 hours because I can't. I feel like if I pee, the world's gonna end.
Do not take the stream into the bathroom, sir. We don't not need a stream on a stream. It's a
stream on a stream.
Dual streaming. Yeah.
Bring a new meaning to dual streaming.
3 minutes ago, Alan Jackson is pacing by himself, cheeks puffing in and out. He's deep in thought. Never seen him like this.
Here we go.
And it's been pitched in such a way it sounds like it might even be a verdict that she'll accept.
All right, folks.
Glad that we all get to take this in together.
I gotta remember to breathe. I always forget to breathe.
Definitely breathe.
She gonna be your happy, bubbly self with the jury?
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remain standing? All other parties may be seated.
Oh my
May
God.
the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Oh my
Can I
God.
see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Some fancy split screen.
This got to be the good parts right here. Been waiting to see their reactions to this.
I mean,
But,
the funnier parts are all of the false verdict parts, honestly. Like everyone was elated, obviously, when the verdict came in.
But these people's real reaction after as much time as they put into it would be pretty good.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman?
No surprise.
So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Thank you.
Polling is
002. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
They made the right call.
003. What say you? The defendant at the bar?
Wait, what?
Did they say guilty or not guilty for that? I don't-
Is guilty, yes. Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Oh, you're outside.
Judge, hearkening your verdict is the court records, and you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating in the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated.
The most expensive OUI of all time.
Just verdict.
I agree. We'll talk.
It's loud out there.
All rise.
It's a little awkward how they got through that.
Janetta crying?
Look at David's crying too.
After all this, ma'am.
Oh, look at the tears.
Oh, Yannetti, he has been with this case as long as Karen Reed has. She called him the night of January 29th and reached out to him as her attorney.
Media, please exit the courtroom immediately. Karen Reed?
Not
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold on, everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention?
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay.
Brennan says he's ready today.
Okay.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. Sidebar. What the hell you need that for?
My guess is the defense wants to go sidebar
The
because
last
they're wondering, like,
sidebar.
are you guys seeking jail time? They want to know where everybody's head's at.
They might have a stipulated punishment. They might have talked it out.
If Brennan's a decent guy, he will just give him the standard DUI and that's it.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
There you go.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Ms. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Rules for sentencing, we recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Good for Brennan. I'm going to give him props for that.
Okay.
She says that on the record. She says that on the record. So the first time everybody gets.
All right. Thank you all.
Oh my God.
Solid props to Brennan. And
Document
you know what? Good for the
002,
judge.
lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation.
Good for the judge.
A lot of people wondered how Brennan was going to behave when this was over, and he behaved like a gentleman.
Yeah,
There was no reason to delay this. Get it out of here. Get her sentenced. End this. We're not asking for jail. We're treating her like a first offender. OUI. We're done here.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. We, the law nerds of the chat, declare that this matter of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Read, verdicts rendering on this day, June 18th, 2025, of count 1, not guilty, count 2, guilty of the misdemeanor operating under the influence with 1 year probation sentence underway, and count 3, not guilty. This case is closed.
The music that comes on. Wait, no, this might not be the video. There was music during one of them that was really good.
In the face of doubt, we rise. Eyes on the horizon, no compromise.
Yeah. We'll
Did
not
you
do
get the
that.
John DePietro stuff?
Nope, not yet.
No, I mean, you said you were going to go back through TV's postings on X like it was
I
literally 2
did.
days ago. What the crap,
Good.
dude?
I don't see it.
Ugh. It is so worth showing everyone who hasn't seen it on X. Hang on.
Yeah, you'll find it. It's a short video. Short one.
And first at 11, it has been 2 days since we witnessed this moment play out in court. Karen Read hugging her lawyers after a jury found her not guilty in the death of her boyfriend, the Boston police officer, John O'Keefe. Thanks for joining us and staying up, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford. Priscilla has got the night off. Now, since the verdict, we've been hearing from all of the major parties involved in this high-profile trial, and tonight we're actually getting Governor Maura Healey's reaction as well. Our Michael Rosenfield starts us off tonight. He is joining us live outside the courthouse in Dedham. Michael?
Yeah, Colton, this really is the end of a chapter in Massachusetts history. This case has been in the spotlight for over 3 years, and now the crowds are gone here outside the courthouse. It's been over 3 years since John O'Keefe died, and the mystery surrounding his death will continue to linger. The trial captivated Canton and made coast-to-coast headlines, and now the woman charged in his death, his girlfriend Karen Read, will no longer have to face criminal prosecution in the case.
I always reflect on the family of John O'Keefe and feel very sorry for them. But the criminal justice system has run its course, and there is finality in that. And my best to members of the O'Keefe family.
Read was found not guilty on Wednesday of the most serious charges against her. Instead, she was convicted of drunk driving and will be on probation for a year. Jurors telling us this week there were too many holes in the investigation for them to convict her of murder, manslaughter, or leaving the scene. Read was accused of backing into O'Keefe with her SUV, causing fatal injuries, then taking off in the middle of a blizzard.
The problem for this jury is the answers were not in the courtroom. They charged the wrong person with murder, and that's why they lost.
David Yannetti, one of Read's attorneys, said he has been on this case from day one, the day of the incident, when he was contacted by Karen.
What may have been, run-of-the-mill motor vehicle homicide to the case of the century, I mean, there were so many twists and turns.
Read, who's still facing a civil lawsuit filed by the O'Keefe family, was asked on Thursday, one day after the verdict, what's next? And will she go back to teaching?
I don't know if I can. I miss it, though. I miss the students, and I love doing it.
We still have not yet heard from the Norfolk County District Attorney in terms of what's next for this case and whether or not it will continue to be investigated. Live at the courthouse in Dedham tonight, Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
Wow, Danny, I thought I'd seen every interview to man. I hadn't seen that one yet.
Her saying, and she's the one from Brazil. I think that he was walking around in his socks. There's no evidence of that. I think how you say her car touch him. I just think it's disgraceful. Her saying, and she's the one from Brazil. I think that he was walking around in his socks. There's no evidence of that. I think how you say her car touch him.
I sent you the other video though too, where he talks about needing an interpreter.
Hold on 1 second.
Around in the snow in his socks. She's
Second part of the DePietro rant. It's the longer one.
making it up. In my country, maybe her car touch him. All right, now, I never realized Hank Brennan needed a translator for the jury. Wendy Murphy did a post saying that there was a guy in a jury. Everyone thought he was just polite and quiet, kept to himself. Turned out he didn't speak English. Oh, my goodness. Around in the snow in his socks. She's making it up. In my country, maybe her car touch him. All right, now, I never realized Hank Brennan needed a translator for the jury. Wendy Murphy did a post saying that there was a guy in a jury. Everyone thought he was just polite and quiet, kept to himself. Turned out he didn't speak English.
He's just so disgusting. So is Wendy Murphy and Coffin Dapper and all these people.
She's making it up. In my country, maybe her car touch him.
Dean said he's on the phone with a friend and he'll hop on shortly. I didn't know he had any other friends.
Then go into the deliberation room where Karen Reed's fate was decided.
I keep muting myself. Here's a small juror interview.
Or guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman. So say you all.
I do believe she was innocent. Paula Prado, a trained attorney, was among the 12 jurors who found Reed not guilty of murdering her police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her car. A key piece of evidence.
Having a close look at the taillight in the deliberation room.
Prado said that damage was inconsistent with video of Reed's red taillight after the alleged crash. The defense suggested it was tampered with. As for her impression of Reed,
at first she gave me a vibe of being too confident. She was very focused on the trial and very alert of everything that was going on. After a while, I admired that.
Reed's parents sitting down with NBC Boston after they say their first restful sleep in years.
We know Karen is our daughter. Had she done something and struck John O'Keefe, we would have been the first to, be notified.
While Reed's acquittal was met by an eruption of cheers from her supporters, Prado left the courtroom in tears.
As much as I'm confident that we did the right thing and she's not guilty, I feel sorry that justice wasn't served to John O'Keefe.
A member of O'Keefe's family calling the verdict heartbreaking, but telling Dateline there's relief in closing this chapter.
A positive is Johnny can be at peace, and the family and friends can grieve.
Emily Ketta, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top
I still think the best interview she's done is with Turtle Boy, which with the helps of Betero as well. But that was way more informative last night than anything I've seen her do with other people thus far. I mean, she basically even said the way the whole false verdict story happened isn't how it happened.
Yeah, this is just one little piece right
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry. It's a full screen. I thought we had her on tape. So I have it on full screen. Here it is. She says, to be absolutely honest, on the first day of trial, as I observed Karen's demeanor in court, I was very suspicious. It felt like she was hiding something. Her confidence gave off an impression of arrogance. Over time, I came to understand that I was looking at a woman who had already lost so much. The fact that she was able to remain calm, composed, and actively involved in her own defense became something I admired. I found that to be amazing, Bob.
Well, I'll tell you what, we learn every day, right? And me and you have talked about this literally, like I think it was in the Diddy context. Like I was very upset when a judge is telling somebody how to respond because jurors are looking at the non-communicative behavior. And maybe that was wrong in that case. But what I'm saying is that what's the way the defendant's supposed to look? Lawyers are always telling their clients, just look straight ahead. Don't have any facial expressions. But jurors are listening to really horrible testimony, and then they're looking at the defendant, and they're seeing no reaction in the defendant. And obviously here, those reactions make a difference. I'm going to be
I mean, that's what's amazing is that they were able to realize she's been fighting this case longer than she dated him. Like, she has seen all this evidence. She's not going to react to the autopsy photos. She has seen it all. Like, she's numb to it because she's fighting for her freedom. And this jury got that. And that's what's amazing.
Yep. They did.
And
Good job.
what, 3 of the 4 jurors who have came forward have literally said she's innocent. Not that she's not guilty, but that there was no collision. And that's freaking amazing.
Yeah. Well, time to shift gears a little bit. That's about all the Karen Reed stuff I have. But this is a little bit of Kohberger. Should be the 911 call. Whatever they talk about during
This is
it.
so
I'm sure.
concerning.
Yeah. Yeah, I got this.
Because they still haven't given a decision yet, right? Like,
No
about
decision on the.
yeah. I watched Lawyer You Know's update, and at that point, there had not been a decision yet. So I didn't know if I'd missed it.
Yeah. This one's only 5 minutes. The next one's got a little time in it, but we'll have to stop it every now and then.
Now was first to report this afternoon a major development in the case of 4 University of Idaho students murdered in their home. Today, more than 2 years after we filed a public records request for the 911 call, we now have that recording and the context of what it means to this case. Thanks for being with us tonight. I'm Derek Dice.
And I'm Kirsten O'Connor. We fought for this call to be released, but a judge initially kept it sealed as part of a gag order in the case. When portions of the transcript were released by the court last week, it no longer made sense for attorneys to hold it back. It gives context to the confusion that was happening when 2 young women realized their roommates weren't responding to calls and texts. They didn't know at the time that their roommates, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Madison Mogan, had been murdered 8 hours earlier. We do want to warn you, it is difficult to hear this.
It's not graphic, but it might be upsetting to hear the emotion in these voices even before they knew the full extent of this nightmare.
911 location of your emergency. Something just happened, something happened in our house. We don't know what.
It's what they said next that could be a key piece of evidence.
Yeah, there's a big ordeal about how long she waited to make that call, too. So I'm sure we're going to learn about all that.
Evidence in the case and something the defense didn't want the jury to hear. Jordan Smith has been covering this case since it began. He joins us now with what this call reveals.
Oh, yeah, we already heard it all, Robin. It's the same one. We're just going back over it.
Yeah, for anyone who hasn't heard this is extremely interesting to put it into the perspective of the timeline. Like, literally, the murders occurred at like 4 something, and the other roommates were awake during this time, but it's almost lunchtime. And then their call is so vague, saying someone is basically drunk and hasn't awakened yet, but there's
They don't say
blood all over the
anything
place.
about blood.
Yeah,
It's just craziness.
that's weird.
We're gonna figure it out because there's a bunch of people that break it down, but I don't want to get into theirs.
Home here on King Road was torn down about a year ago, but the echoes of what happened likely won't fade for decades to come. For the first time tonight, we're learning more about the horror and the confusion from inside that house where several U of I students woke up to a nightmare.
What is the address of the emergency?
11:55 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a young woman calls 911. Distraught, she passes the phone to another person who reveals a crucial detail in the case.
11:55. That is a long
It
time
makes
for
no
him to be
sense.
there.
I try to put myself in like naive people that age, but it still makes no sense to me.
Yeah, because they were all had to get up and go to class that morning.
Case.
Tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
We know from text messages released last week that one roommate saw a man wearing a mask and all black just after 4 a.m. The two surviving roommates were scared, even texting the other four people who.
And that's what we're going. That's what we're going to do, right? And we're going to go back to the beginning and just.
Yeah, but look right above that highlighted comment. It says Xana was wearing all black, which is just weird.
It did. I don't remember her having all black on in that video at the
Yeah, she didn't, but it was like they were either so drunk or high or confused. Like, how did you mistake Xana for a 6 foot tall man with bushy eyebrows and all black and a ski mask?
Yep. Yep. That's for sure. Uh-oh, there's a live police chase going on. I would be scared to watch that.
As long as we don't comment on their race, we should be all right.
Let's just see what happens, though. Okay. Turn the sound down. But I'll keep an eye on it. If something good happens, I'll switch back over. Because that's kind of boring.
Lived in the house, but eventually they just went to bed. By the time they made the 911 call, they only knew that the roommates still aren't responding, but they don't know why. The dispatcher pushes them for information not about what happened at 4 a.m., but about what's happening now and who may need help. This next exchange might be difficult to hear and is unedited.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, but we gotta go check. But we have to.
So this dude's in a Charger or something. He is flying.
Yeah, he's flying. This is going to be dangerous. I used to love watching these things. What time is it there, though? What, 6:30?
9 o'clock here, so it's probably like 6:30 or 7 or something.
So they've missed rush hour, but it's still he's probably gonna hit some traffic jams that are gonna make it interesting.
Yeah, sometimes the helicopters have to go around airspaces and shit. And zoom
Yeah,
back
they
in.
used to annoy the heck out of me every time they got into LAX airspace.
We'll catch up with them when it gets good. Let's go.
She's not waking up.
Okay. What makes no sense about this
Seconds
call?
later, a male voice urging everyone out of.
What makes no sense about this call is like they're just hollering at her from a distance versus going up and like checking for a pulse, turning her over, things that you would expect of anyone.
Yeah, not saying
But
anything about blood, but it has
right.
to be
And
bloody.
there's another body in the room. In both
Yeah,
rooms, there's
that's
two
weird.
bodies covered with blood. But when
6
it says
hours
there,
after the murder. More
yeah,
than
when
6
it
hours,
says there at
almost
the
slept.
last, it says there at the last moment, like a male voice orders everyone out of the room. I'm trying to understand, is he protecting all these like really emotional girls from seeing what's going on? Because it had to have been obvious. There had to have been signs of a struggle, blood, two bodies. Like,
Yeah,
it
but
makes no sense to me.
they partied in that house all the time. So
And just like Prince Lover saying, the
probably
smell
always
of
looked like a
iron,
damn
but
struggle in there.
I don't know that these girls would know the smell of blood, but it's a very unique smell. Like when you smell a whole bunch of fresh blood, the iron in it.
Oh yeah, gotta be weird. Same way with animals when you're cleaning them. She was trying to tell the 911 operators that they'd seen already. What?
Well, you're in the same house as him. Go talk to him.
No, ain't no need in that. I
The
got
house.
stuff to give the beginners back beginners.
He's then given the phone.
Hello? Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
About
Okay,
3
for
minutes
him
into
to
the
say
call,
no,
a
he
Moscow
had to have
police
been
officer
close enough
arrives at
to
the
her.
home and takes over. The 911 call
That's the
is
mystery.
over, but the grisly discovery of 4 dead University of Idaho students and the court saga that's happened since is just beginning. Several news agencies, including 4 News Now, immediately reached out to try to hear that 911 phone call, or at least get some information as to who made it. But per the court's order, Whitcomb, the 911 call center here for the Moscow-Pullman area, was unable to release it. But now that it's in the open, the question becomes, what does the defense for Brian Kohberger do from here? The defense initially argued that the 911 phone call should not be allowed at trial. In fact, the defense made a motion to have the indictment against Brian Kohberger thrown out because it was played for the grand jury. The defense called it, quote, improperly admitted hearsay and an irrelevant attempt to bolster witness testimony. A Latah County judge dismissed that motion. The prosecution is now working to get that call admitted as evidence, saying, quote, the statement regarding a person being in the home is in direct response to why Kernodle may be passed out. Ada County Judge Stephen Hippler, who now presides over the case, will decide whether this will be admitted to trial, which is slated to begin this August. For 4 News.
Heck yeah. And then Court TV's got a little thing with just watch it too. Yep. It's got a little bit of Karen Reed in it, I think. But this is mainly Kohberger, though.
The victims, 4 college students.
Ethan, Zena, Madison, and Kaylee. I miss her smile. She was so giving.
Positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
Now, a PhD criminology student accused of the murders.
How you feeling, Brian? What are you doing?
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today?
Every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this?
The maximum penalty is death and/or imprisonment for life.
Darker side of the aspects, I just try to stay positive. There'll be days where I have to focus on the negativity, but today's not one of them. I miss her smile, and that she was so giving. When she came home, she was always giving me a hug, always making sure she got a hug before she left the house. Just the simple things. These girls were born 14 days apart. We loved them both so much. It was a great, great story, and I'm sad that it ended, and we lost them both at the same time. I'll never see this car as mine. She paid for it. She felt like this was a super cute car.
It was emotional riding with Steve in Kaylee's car on her birthday. We saw that vehicle at that home each day inside the crime scene tape. Kaylee and her friends Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the University of Idaho. And that car was part of the reason Kaylee was in town that weekend of the murders.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of stuff on this. It's just crazy, too. When they start actually presenting evidence and we get to see what they got. But I guess in Idaho, everywhere needs to be like Florida. As soon as you file the case, the public should have access to it. That's the way it should be.
When she bought her car, it wasn't her birthday, but it was a gift that she gave herself because she just got a new job. So
We go downtown Moscow, to a bar called the Corner Club. And then about 1:30 a.m., they walk to a food truck to grab a bite to eat.
And then what was the next? Don't forget to remove the
carbonara.
The carbonara back of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you do not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
So about 10 minutes later, the video shows Maddie reaching to grab the food they ordered. Kaylee has her cell phone up as if she's filming the moment. They're laughing with each other until you see them run out of the frame. By 2 a.m., all 5 girls and Ethan Chapin were back.
What did you say, Prince Lover? Her son was dating Maddie?
No, I think she's saying her son was about the same age and
Oh, he was
dating a
dating
girl named Maddie as well.
Maddie.
Yeah.
Maddie. Yeah. Okay. Trying to get to the meat and potatoes, but
At the house on King Road. In just over 2 hours, 4 of the 6 would be dead.
Everybody here? My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Right away, I think everyone knew this was going to be a big story. I mean, you've got 4 college students taken down at once inside the same home. And the chief comes out pretty quickly and says, listen, no forced entry here. This was a targeted, isolated attack. So most of us thought it should be solved pretty quickly. But that's not what happened here.
Didn't make sure we clarified. Okay. Have them restart this feed or... We arrived in Moscow just days after the murders, and you could immediately sense that this was a community on edge, and you could understand why. 4 young people have been brutally murdered, and nobody knows why, and nobody knows who's responsible. I actually met a group of professors from the University of Idaho. They were out for a bike ride, and they really summed up what the community was going through.
It has deeply affected all our students and our faculty and our staff. And it's been just a struggle to get through this last week. So,
how hungry is this university, this town, for answers?
Very much so. The fact that there isn't an answer makes this even worse. You know,
all of us are shaken. I've heard from people all across the country talking about this tragedy. It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson. Any new details?
Nothing that I can share.
How was the crime scene?
I can't talk about it. Everybody's working together. The investigation is still active, absolutely.
How long they're going to stay here at the home?
Don't know, as long as they need to.
I ended up sitting down with Bill Thompson in his office. And remember, they had not identified a suspect. And a lot of people were wondering, are they going to solve this? And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying.
Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would, but I say...
He didn't say that very fast, did he?
Yeah, he's trying to be protective because he can't let them know what evidence he knows.
Yeah. We're going to kick this up just a little bit. Think we can do 1.5 on this, maybe? Let's try it.
That knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably in a, I'm not probably, I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind has to spin like, okay, what is going on? You know,
Some people can commit crimes, and there is no justice for that family.
But the families and public didn't know about the investigation.
Partly under her body, partly under her comforter, on her bed, likely left there by the killer.
Moscow is a very typical university town. It has a vibrant downtown with places to eat, places to drink, places to gather.
There's not really much surrounding Moscow. Rolling hills of just wheat fields and various other farms. Small town feel. I think it's roughly 25,000 people, give or take a couple thousand.
I think of North Idaho as a pretty off the map type of place, pretty safe place, very family friendly, and have 4 murders, and then the guys just running around on the loose is a little unnerving.
Weeks after the murders of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, no arrest had been made. To the point that a lot of the students there on campus had cleared out because there was this fear among the community, and even some of the victims' family members had fears that the investigation was stalled.
I had private investigators and different things, and that's why they told me to slow down, Steve. You know, this thing, me as a father, it's never fast enough, and I want to just charge ahead like probably just like a dumbass, but that's what I knew.
What the families and the public didn't know was that the detectives had some significant evidence and leads, including DNA and a potential eyewitness. At the time of the murders, according to investigators.
Yeah, we got to do that too. We got to find that DoorDash video, the body cam footage of that, because it's freaky weird.
Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Xana were a floor below. Across from them was Dylan Mortensen, and on the 1st floor was Bethany Funk, who was in her room.
Dylan will be a key witness in all this because she's on the same floor as 2 of the murders. And she opens her door 3 different times. Now, the first couple of times, she really didn't see anything, but she was hearing voices. Maybe it was the dog. Maybe somebody was crying or something. She wasn't quite clear what she heard. But the 3rd time she opens the door, she sees this tall figure dressed in all dark colors, and she noticed his bushy eyebrows. And then this man walks right past her.
Imagine what it would be like to be a young woman who opens the door and sees this man all in black, and all you really see are his eyebrows, and he's tall and he's big. And he just killed 4 people with a knife. He walks right past you and out the door. How close to death were you? It gives me shivers to just think about what that is. And that must just roll through her head every single day. Yeah, that's going to stick with a jury.
I mean, they give him a lot of credit. You would have to be skilled at wielding a knife.
My biggest thing is how he didn't cut himself because that's so abnormal.
Well, that
I mean, even
knife
in a
that they
singular
keep
stabbing.
showing has a guard on it. So those
Right.
knives,
I
you're
mean,
not going to cut yourself.
it does. You're not going to slide down, but when you're dealing with 4 different people and one of those is a male of, substantial size, like
Yeah, but he
he's
got
going
him
to
while he
struggle.
was asleep. The first wound he inflicted on him, Ethan was asleep
I don't know.
because
It's
it was
still hard
deep
for me to
chest
believe
wound.
when someone's fighting back against you because several of them had defensive wounds
Yeah,
that
but
you wouldn't lose your
Ethan had
grip on that guard.
a big immediate chest wound. He probably woke up in shock. Was like in shock the whole time.
But I'm talking about Maddie. Like,
Oh yeah,
she
I'm
had
sure
a
they were
bunch of
freaked out.
defensive wounds and like fingers missing and stuff from fighting off the attacks. You would think he would lose his grip and like slide down the blade himself, leaving DNA evidence.
Yeah, but that's what those knives are designed for, to keep you from cutting your hand.
Which is why he Googled to get another one afterwards.
Yeah.
Good night, Prince Lover.
Night, Prince Lover.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen shock when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide. And basically, it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
The major piece of evidence that the public didn't know about was a knife sheath left behind likely by the killer. It was found partly under Madison Mogan's body and the comforter on her bed. On the snap of that knife sheath was DNA.
So investigators had DNA from the crime scene, and they took the DNA and they ran it through the National Crime Database, and there were no hits, no matches. But the DNA was still useful because you could eliminate potential suspects. And there were a lot of them. Not only ones that law enforcement was looking at, but a whole bunch that people online, all those true crime sleuths that are out there, were looking at as well.
I made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious or he was the murderer.
My name is Jeremy Regan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met Jeremy Regan about a week after the murders. He was a neighbor of the girls on King Road. Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer. What was it like to be accused of something so horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context. For some people, it was definitely worse than others. I know the various Jacks and Jakes, they got hammered.
Jack Decor and Jake Schreiger. These two guys are the boyfriends of Kaylee and Maddie. As a matter of fact, Jack shared a dog, Murph, with Kaylee. So a lot of people are looking at them, and investigators looked at them as well, but cleared them. So law enforcement says these guys are innocent, but the folks online weren't convinced.
Yeah, we gotta find the dude who does the.
I just mainly remember the food truck conspiracy with the
Yeah,
guys
but there's
around
a
the
dude
food truck.
who syncs all the cameras right there with sound, and that shit is awesome. It's
I'm talking about the cameras from the neighbors' houses that hear the thud and the scream and stuff.
oh, it's more than that. This guy
Yeah.
gets it super isolated, and he's got all this high tech shit, and I mean, you can literally hear him talking and moving around and doing all kind of weird shit. So I'll find that for the next one, and we'll watch that. But Toy just sent me the DoorDash driver, so trying to kick this up and get the meat out of it, and then listen to
There was
some
also
of that
Jack
weird
Showalter, who
thing.
was at the food truck when Maddie and Kaylee were there. He became known as Hoodie Guy. So people were analyzing the food truck video, and they thought he looked quite suspicious.
There's been a lot of speculation and rumors. We're the official source of information. Individuals who are being harassed in this situation. Now, people need to be careful.
Another early focus of the investigation was video. Detectives gathered recordings from homes, businesses all around the time of the murders in that area. And one thing stood out, one vehicle stood out. That was a white Hyundai Elantra.
We're looking for that car because we believe through our investigation that that car was in the area during the time of the murders.
According to investigators, beginning at 3:29 a.m., the white Elantra made 3 separate passes by the house on King Road. Then at 4:04, they say it was back for a 4th time, stopping in front of the house before traveling on to do a 3-point turn. It then drove past the house again and out of the camera's view. At 4:20, it was back in view and leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
At 4:20.
I was
Exactly
more
4.
focused on the 3-point turn.
Yeah, but all of this happens, like, you can watch the video, and he's got all that sound isolated, and, like, no, it's neat. You can hear cars coming from, like, a mile away. It's very weird. We're gonna watch it for sure.
So everyone's looking for this car, this white Elantra. And there's an officer, a campus police officer from Washington State University, across the state border, who decides to run a list of all the white Elantras on campus. And he finds one. It's registered to a guy named Brian Kohberger.
They end up finding his car in the parking lot of Kohberger's campus apartment. When they run his name, they find that he had been pulled over twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello, I am Officer Langus. Stuff's being audio and video recorded.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so.
I mean, dude gets pulled over a lot for a stalker. You know what I mean? You don't ever hear BTK got pulled over.
He wasn't a very good stalker.
Well, I mean, usually they are good at it, you know? Like, if BTK would have gotten pulled over, he would have dropped that whole thing and moved on to somebody else.
I think Kohberger is a little bit of a narcissist, thinking that people won't realize it's him.
Yeah. It's going to be a good one because I'm on the fence. You can't deny the DNA on the knife sheath, though. I mean, you're gonna have to,
And the
like the
cell
judge
phone
says,
data.
hard to get over that one.
The cell phone data, the GPS data.
Yeah,
But
it's
we've
hard to get
seen,
over some of that stuff.
yeah.
But I mean, why? Just I know they're all kids and shit, so it's probably not some big conspiracy. But kids these days are weird as fuck. You know what I'm saying? They could
Yes,
just
that
easily.
911 call is extremely disturbing.
Yeah, did
And
you see the recent? I've got it queued up, I think, or I have it in the watch later, where the kids got in a big fight on the campus and they filmed them stabbing and doing some crap.
no,
You
I
missed all
haven't seen
that.
that.
Oh, I'll watch. We'll watch it. It's short.
Yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
So even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few, it's like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of quickly place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, they find that he had been pulled over twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello, I am Officer Langus. Stops being audio and video recorded.
I was just
So we
slightly
can hear
into
his
the
voice.
crosswalk. So, you know, yeah, where
Hear
I'm
him talk.
from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few, it's like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Kohberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now when, you know, yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few, it's like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Kohberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now, when you get a phone number, it changes everything because you get access to it in a different way. That's one more piece of evidence, one more piece of the puzzle. Is it enough to see what the puzzle says? Not necessarily, but you get closer.
According to investigators, Kohberger's phone records showed that between 2:27 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. the morning of the murders, Kohberger's phone was turned off or in airplane mode or possibly out of battery, but it wasn't connecting to any cell phone tower.
Sometimes it's not about evidence. It's about the lack of evidence that actually matters. In this particular case, we had a cell phone that was turned off for a very specific window of time. During a window of time where 4 people were murdered, and he is the singular suspect. That means something.
Investigators say that when they looked back at Kohberger's cell phone records in the 5 months leading up to the murders, that his phone was in the area of the girl's home on 12 separate occasions.
This was not just something where he happened to be in the region one time and it's easily explainable. The problem is now you really have to be able to explain that other dozen times the month before. You better have a pretty good reason for this. Coming up, the arrest.
How you feeling?
Zena,
Did
Madison,
he connect to
and
their
Kaylee.
Bluetooth and their history and stuff too?
I can't remember that.
I'm
I
almost
know I remember
100% sure
something.
that he connected to their Bluetooth and their Bluetooth device history. Like he had to have been close enough for Bluetooth to pick up his phone.
Yeah, that would be hard to overcome too.
I'm
I don't think
100%
so,
sure
then.
I heard that.
Mr.
Choice
Kohberger was
is
taken
no.
into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI evidence response team for processing.
According to a Monroe County, Pennsylvania prosecutor, when SWAT arrived at the family home of Brian Kohberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Kohberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The DNA found on the knife sheath under Madison Logan's body was the piece of the puzzle investigators needed. 3 days before Kohberger's arrest, detectives used trash.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sassy. Why would you have the sheath on you? You just wouldn't take that with you.
Unless he was scared of getting cut by it.
No, not when you got out of that car. The sheath would have stayed in the car because you'd be ready to do your thing then.
I don't know. I feel like he didn't think it all the way through.
Well, he was a big fan of Ted Bundy, and that.
Who
is
also got caught.
Yeah, but this is how Ted Bundy did his acts. You know what I mean? On unsuspecting women that were asleep mostly, or had been out partying or whatever.
From Kohberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping. This is a quad murder. That has to be elation in that squad room, in that war room, when they're sitting together and they're looking at each other and going, we got this guy. We've got this guy.
After Brian Kohberger was taken into custody in Pennsylvania,
I mean, he's a fairly big dude. He's bigger than the guys around him. But you'd have to be, I guess, if you got the knife and everybody else is surprised, you'd be fine.
met with an attorney who said publicly that Kohberger told him he believed that he would be exonerated.
He is very intelligent. In my hour conversation with him, that comes off. I can tell that. And he understands where we are right now.
How are you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Even though Brian Kohberger wasn't fighting extradition, he still had to appear in a Pennsylvania courtroom. I was inside of that courtroom when he walked in, and everyone was able to see him for the first time. His mother broke down into tears. The Kohberger family, they were sitting on the front row of that courtroom. He made sure to make that eye contact with them, and he kept looking at them.
Big breaking news, folks. Just moments ago, here it is, the arrival of the accused killer in Idaho.
It was quite a scene when Kohberger arrived back in Idaho. He was taken off the plane in Pullman and put into a pickup truck, and then a caravan of law enforcement vehicles drove him into the Latah County Jail parking lot where media and even members of the public were outside waiting for him. The next time we saw him would be in a courtroom.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unlike in his Pennsylvania appearance, where Kohberger looked back to see his family in the courtroom, he seemed to make a point in Idaho not to do so, likely because he knew the victims' families would be in the gallery.
I feel like he's scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him. You know, he picked the wrong family.
So once the suspect appears in court, prosecutors release the probable cause affidavit, and this stuff is filled with detail after detail after detail, things we didn't know. 18 pages worth. And at that point, the public got some answers. But more importantly, the families finally got some answers.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The affidavit in this case lays out the evidence against Brian Kohberger, but there is a gag order here, so we don't know everything the prosecution has. But a lot of people think he's the guy, he must be guilty. But there's a long way to go, and a lot of people think that this case isn't a slam dunk.
It's absolutely disgusting. This guy does not have a presumption of innocence. He has the assumption of guilt. I'm Sarah Azari. I'm a criminal trial attorney in Los Angeles. I'm currently a legal analyst for News Nation, and I am the host of the Presumption podcast. You know, pretrial convictions of high-profile defendants in high-profile cases is nothing new.
Presumption of innocence. That's ridiculous for her to say.
Well, she's just saying with the coverage that he's gotten already.
But I mean, she is a legal analyst. I'm assuming she might even be a lawyer. You should believe in the presumption of innocence. Like, the prosecution has to prove your guilt.
She didn't say she didn't believe in it. She just said he's already in the other category because of all his coverage.
But that's my point. There hasn't been a trial yet. There's no evidence in front of a jury yet. She should be saying the presumption of innocence at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
but
they
there's
should
been a
not
lot
be
of
played
coverage,
by
and
media.
everybody thinks he's guilty. Most people do anyway.
But Kohberger is a whole other level. And I think not only we found him guilty of slaying the 4 Idaho students, but we've decided that he's going to get the death penalty.
The most significant piece of evidence for prosecutors is the DNA of the defendant found on the knife sheath of the alleged murder weapon located underneath victim Madison Milligan's body.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. So if Brian Kohberger is person A and he touches this knife sheath, and then somehow this knife sheath is picked up by somebody else. I mean, he could touch it, he could handle it, it could be anything. And then that person then somehow is in this Kings Road home. That is a perfect explanation of how Kohberger's DNA was on that knife sheath. Is insufficient to place him in that home, let alone to place the murder weapon in his hands. That's why I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
I'm Tiffany Roy, and I'm a forensic DNA expert. I work privately in the area of forensic DNA and forensic biology. I've been doing this work for 17 years. DNA can be transferred onto items that people have never contacted and never touched. That can be found in rooms where people have never set foot. He may never have touched that sheath, and his DNA could have been.
Hold on now. Hold on. You're going to find somebody's DNA in a room where they've never been.
Yes, that's true. You can find someone's DNA in a room like they've never been. Like, if he were to have looked at that knife at like a knife show and opened it up and looked at it, didn't purchase it, the odds of, someone buying it, committing this murder. I'm saying yes, your DNA can be in a room you've never been. But for her to say that about where the DNA was found on this knife sheath, that's extremely specific to this case.
Yeah.
Transferred there by some contact with another item or another person. We can't tell how it got there. We can't tell when it got there.
Or it could be there because he committed this quadruple murder and took the lives of these 4 students. And maybe when he was closing the snap, his thumb touched it before he even showed up at the murder scene. And maybe that knife sheath got loose because those girls were fighting for their lives. Now, you take that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence, including those phone records. Wow.
Investigators believe that Kohberger's cell phone was off or in airplane mode around the estimated time of the murders because he turned it on.
We've been saying it was off, his phone was off. We don't know if it was off. It could have been off, it could have been in airplane mode, or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders.
Another significant coincidence, for those who believe in coincidences, I don't, is that there's this white car that's driving around and around at the time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders, caught on video. And guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
The car is driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
Another part of the case against Brian Kohberger is an eyewitness account. Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she told police that she saw a man around the time of the murders dressed in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a mask covering his nose and his mouth that walked past her down the hallway.
And then we have Dylan, the surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes back in her bedroom and locks herself up and then doesn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Okay, that is highly unusual. We look to expected behavior, expected response, reasonable response. That is what makes sense to jurors. Jurors are normal people. So you tell them a story, it better make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense.
Credibility always matters with witnesses. And this witness comes across as credible. Is she flawed? Yes.
Next, the house on King Road.
No one that lives here now.
And the type of person capable of committing these murders.
Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer.
Plus, Brian Kohberger's defense.
If he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. All of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing.
The house at 1122 King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, was known as a college party house going back before. Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany all lived there.
Yeah, Sassy, he just gotten his master's degree in criminology, I think. He's pretty smart.
Fall of 2022, just a few months before the murders, Moscow police responded to a noise complaint at the house on multiple occasions.
And if I do have to come back here, $300-some tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's right. There was even an instance where there are people at the house, but none of the roommates are even there.
How goes it?
Oh, hi, how are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I
We're
don't.
just here for a noise complaint. So everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here trespassing, but no one that lives here right now.
So where do you go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just found a party in their house at the
They were
time?
here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to
just searched
go over
all the
to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure.
Jeremy Reagan lived near the house on King Road for a few years and saw a lot. Tell me about the house. What do you know about the house?
So when I moved here my first year, that house was not super bad, notorious for like students going in and out partying all the time. My second year, there was a ton of people all the time, in and out constantly. And then my third year, which is the year that all this happened, it was much more similar to the first year I was here. They did have more stuff going on there, but they were definitely nowhere near as loud, as crazy as that second year that I was here.
Does the fact that so many people were in and out of this house factor into the case against Brian Kohberger?
The fact that this Kings Road house was a party house is a huge big deal because it expands the universe of suspects. Who was there at the time of the murders? What was their connection to the victims? Who had access to this home before? Did they have possible motive to kill? For months, we've been calling this a party house. This is a party venue.
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these 4 know everybody who's been there? I doubt that. And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before.
No, they did one noise complaint where nobody that lived there was at the house, but the house was full of people.
Yeah, that's the one that they just showed.
Yeah, I mean, it was full of people, but nobody lived there that was there partying. So it probably looked like a struggle. Probably like a struggle just happened in that house all the time because there's probably shit everywhere.
I mean, they found numerous DNA samples in the house, which is expected.
Mm-hmm. I bet it was.
That's why my DNA is in this house. Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not just that the defendant's DNA is in the house. It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body. I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. And it's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime. It would be a very rare event for anyone else to match with a single source male DNA profile. So it's very strong evidence.
Brian Kohberger.
After graduating from DeSales University in the spring of 2022, Brian Kohberger was accepted into the criminology PhD program at Washington State University. At the time of the Idaho student murders, Kohberger was a teaching assistant. And a few of the students came forward to say they noticed a difference in his behavior after the murders.
No reason to connect him to that, at the time, but definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
What's still unclear is the prosecution's theory as to why he would want to kill these young people and what, if any, was the connection.
Motive is not an element of crime or murder, but of course, every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this to 4 innocent victims?
Because what if any? Yep. Gotta say it. Gotta say it. What if
Students. Could the state go to trial without motive? Absolutely, but I bet they won't. And the problem here is that we don't even have a connection to these victims. Forget about motive.
Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, believed there's a good chance the murderer was tracking Kaylee and or her best friend Maddie.
I'd be a little bit surprised that there wasn't a clearer touch point that would suggest that he was interested in one or two of the people more than he was the others.
An Instagram account that was taken down shortly after Kohberger's arrest with the username of Brian Kohberger was following several members of the Kohberger family. The account also followed Madison Mogan.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Madison Mogan's father.
I first met Maddie Mogan's father, Ben, at the Mad Greek restaurant a few weeks after the murders. Maddie and Xana both worked there. It's a popular restaurant in downtown Moscow. Tell me about what a beautiful person she was.
Well, she was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
The Mad Greek restaurant is also one of the first places that comes up if you search for vegan food in Moscow. We know Brian Kohberger claims to be a vegan because he asked for a vegan meal plan at the jail.
So maybe he did see Maddie and Xana at the Mad Greek and sort of became obsessed with them. But prosecutors made a point in their probable cause affidavit. They went into detail about this.
You got the vegan meal plan? Does that mean somebody's going to take your asparagus? Like, you got to give me your asparagus all week or something like that?
No,
Tombstone. What's up,
they have
Tombstone?
a vegan menu basically at that restaurant, so that's why they correlated the two. Like, he would frequent there because of his dietary restrictions, and she was a waitress there.
Yeah. But after this, we're going to watch some.
But just to answer like Toy and Sassy and people in the chat, I'm 100% he's innocent right now. Like 100%. There's a lot of stuff I have questions about. And what I'm saying, like what you're all talking about, him being super smart and wouldn't do anything dumb, like leave his DNA on the knife sheath or leave the knife sheath behind. People like him who don't have a lot of like street smarts get cocky with book smarts and think they can outsmart anyone that they've for every little detail. And I feel like he left and went back to look for it. Like, and
I think
I'm
that's
waiting
what
for the
everybody
evidence
thinks.
to come out. But to
He
me,
went nuts.
got
So
very arrogant. Yeah, got blinded by the emotional flux of feelings that he got from the rage killing, and it outsourced his books by far. Like, he keep all that stuff in check, and it was something that dramatic. That's all I'm saying.
Post that the defendant allegedly made, calling out to criminals to provide him with the reason why they chose their victims and committed their crimes. Now, I understand he studies this stuff, but this is still a little strange. Sounds like.
But Tombstones, I got the Morphew videos queued up. Tombstones made one of them.
He's looking for the reasons why people do the things that they do. Maybe to answer the question for himself. Maybe to explain for him why he's motivated in the way that he is. Are you trying to figure out who you are, or are you trying to figure out who they are? And in this particular case, I think the prosecutors are going to say, yeah, this was about him trying to figure out who he is, because we can tell you who he is. He's this guy.
I am Siobhan Scott. I am a psychotherapist from Portland, Oregon.
So what are your thoughts about this Reddit post?
I see a theme with him for years in his online writings of going back and trying to make sense out of himself. And I think he was in that category of, I'm studying all this because I want to understand myself. And so I think that was driving his research. There's also, in a rather perverse way, perhaps an attempt to develop some sense of camaraderie with other people and to get a sense of maybe I'm really not the only one who has these thoughts and feelings and experiences.
What do his studies tell you about Brian Kohberger?
It's not that unusual for sadistic killers to study criminology. We think of the BTK killer in Kansas, the Golden State killer in California. Both had criminology degrees, and the California killer did go on to become a law enforcement officer, and there have been quite a few others. So I think there are 3 reasons people study criminology. The first is because they're altruistic and they really want to make the world a safer place, so they have good motivations. The second reason is because they're absolutely fascinated by the criminal mind, which can be a fine reason, but the dark side of that is they're trying to figure themselves out. And the third reason is because they have a plan to commit crimes and they're studying police tactics and procedures so that they can become a better criminal. And if Kohberger is the killer, I think those second 2 reasons would be at play. Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer. And this is someone that's created a sadistic theatrical production based on fantasies that he's had for many years. Now, the fantasies serve to meet his emotional needs, to express rage at women, and to have a sense of godlike power, because others' vulnerability makes him feel invincible and their deaths make him feel like a god.
Coming up, the legal battle ahead as prosecutors seek the death penalty.
To have a full defense.
Since his arrest in December 2022, Brian Kohberger has made a number of court appearances, and his defense team has filed a number of motions challenging everything from the grand jury indictment against him to how the investigators processed the DNA found at the crime scene.
They didn't get a hit for the DNA that was found at the crime scene with the national database.
Hold on, Gingy says she has the same knife. Oh crap. That ain't good.
So they moved to a public
Where
database, one of those
were you
genealogy
that
databases,
night?
and they got a hit. And it was for the suspect's father. But now the defense is taking a closer look at that, saying, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, where was Gingy that night?
She still has
She
her
got a
sheath,
white
she
Elantra.
says. She says she still has her sheath. But you got to look at it. It's the knife order, it's the clothes order, it's the cell phone data, it's the car in the area, it's the eyewitness. Like, there's a lot to overcome, but I'm going to be open-minded until I hear it. But going into this, I just know that there's a lot the defense has to overcome.
Yep, good.
Wait a minute. We want to know, and we want to see exactly how you tested all of this DNA to get that result.
What's going on in Brian Kohberger's case that's very concerning is the government does not want to turn over in discovery what all was searched, what databases were searched, and what records were obtained.
When you're talking about a defendant's right to a fair trial and his due process and his Sixth Amendment to have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol and that there was integrity in this investigation.
The defendant apparently has an alibi. Now, a little strange here. They say, his attorneys, that he likes to go out at night and in the early morning hours and sort of drive around, and that's what he was doing at the time of the murders. Could have done it.
Kohberger's alibi is that he wasn't at the crime scene, but instead he was driving around alone. That statement of his alibi doesn't tell us obviously exactly what time he was driving, where he was driving to and from, and why. We don't have any of those details. He's not saying something that's completely inconsistent with the evidence.
The defense is also claiming that cameras should not be allowed inside the courtroom, claiming Kohberger's every move is being analyzed in a way that's prejudicial. Haley's father, Steve Gonsalves, has some thoughts on that.
If you're not a personable person and you give off weird vibes, yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear. I want the community to look at that evidence.
Hey, Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
We won't stand beside him.
A plea of not guilty was entered for Brian Kohberger after he chose to stand silent at his arraignment. His trial is expected to begin sometime in 2024.
Haley, you will never be forgotten. We will live right for you every day with your mentality in our mind. We love you so much. She embodied her own sunshine, and that's when her skies became limitless.
I sent you my heart.
I'm at Charlie D'Amelio check.
Most important is love. Like it's the only thing you know how. Nothing even matters except love and human connection.
I'm not a big drinker, but maybe I should have something. You're not a big drinker?
I was lucky enough to be able to explore life with Maddie. Maddie was the best at spreading love.
Distance makes the heart know who we love. Santa was the funniest person I knew and made me laugh every time I spent time with her. Honestly, Santa, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love.
Oh, sweet love of mine. That's just so sad. Like, My 3 oldest kids are that age, and just think of them being so innocent and experiencing life in their own way. For it to be cut down like that is extremely sad. But at the same time, I have to wait for the court stuff. But I know where I lean right now. Is this the
This is a
DoorDash
DoorDash driver.
Okay.
Yep. Let's see what she got to say. This is weird.
Did she get pulled? What did she get pulled over for? I know, like, was
I
she
don't know.
swerving and speeding? Okay.
I think it's DUI.
Right, but I didn't know what they saw her doing.
Oh, there's no telling. I don't know. They'll probably say it.
She's gonna do the DUI. She hasn't done one in a while.
Unless you want it, but it's yours if you want it.
We'll just do the possession if there is. That's fine. The other way? Yeah.
And what's your name?
What are we doing?
What's your name?
What are we doing?
Well, I was going to ask you if you'd do some voluntary field sobriety tests.
I can do them, but I won't pass them.
Okay, why won't you pass them?
Because I have fibromyalgia, I have arthritis, I have a lot of issues with my body. It's very broken. I have nerve damage. I went through this before last time.
Okay. And what's your name?
Molly, my boy has my
Molly.
ID. I'm trying to call my boyfriend. It's his truck. Jimmy. Jordan pulled me over again. Yeah, I'm in Walmart parking lot.
Has she been pulled
the
over
tags,
before?
and now they're DUI. DUI again. Same stuff. Can you get here, please?
She's in her boyfriend's vehicle and been pulled over before by the
I'm
same
not.
officer.
I'm standing over here in Walmart parking lot. I was going to take
Molly?
Becky to the bathroom.
Did you say what type of pain pill it was? I'm sorry if I missed it. Was it
It was a hydrocodone.
Was it a 5 milligram or a 3?
No, it's 10 milligrams.
Oh, a 10 milligram.
We don't
Okay.
have a 3. I've been on
Oh,
them.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Or the 3. We don't.
I'm sorry. I don't know my pain.
And she's saying
think
she's
after that
on
leg
10
thing, they would've
milligram
been really
hydrocodone.
familiar.
I'm sorry. This is ibuprofen and
This is
Tylenol.
two different.
There's no way.
Jimmy, this is two different ones. Jordan's not talking to me. Please. Are you coming?
Hey, Molly,
I'm
I
on
kind
the
of need your
porch.
attention.
I know. I'm just. He's coming. He has stage 4 and cancer. He's dying. He's coming.
Can he drive?
He's having his friend drive him. He doesn't. Or no, he's probably. Are you bringing the Subaru? Okay, he's bringing the car. Yes, he can legally drive.
Okay. All right, Molly. Hey, we got time. Okay. So can you
I know.
So can you hang up the phone real quick?
Can you
I
slow
can't-
it down just a little bit,
I
Danny?
told him.
I mean, he knows where you are, and he's headed this way. There's not a whole lot of
I would
reason.
like to keep him on the phone.
Okay, you can put it on your car.
Here, I can hold it and
No,
talk to him.
I just want to keep him on the phone. This was.
Yeah, just put it on speaker.
This
Put
is
it on
all
the
I
hood.
want to do. Okay, that's it.
You can just put it on the hood.
I'm putting you
He
on
can
the
hear
hood
you.
of the car. Okay, they're gonna try making me. I gotta try and do this Friday thing again.
Okay, well, I'll stay quiet. Let it do it. You're okay, babe.
I told him that I can't do
You
it.
know you're fine. You know you're sober. You know you're okay. Don't worry. No, I know it's triggering everything. God, oh my God.
I give you a breath.
Right.
Please hurry.
Okay, Molly, you want to put that on the hood so we can get started? Sooner it's started, sooner it's over,
It's
okay?
not my truck, officer. It's his truck.
So the meth in here is not yours?
What mess?
I'll be right there.
What are you talking about?
The drugs.
What drugs?
Those drugs.
Drugs in the car.
Search my truck.
Okay.
What drugs?
No, I was just clarifying.
What drugs?
If there was drugs, they're not yours, right? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Jesus. He's coming.
So
Okay,
the
Mom.
drugs are not yours. Just clarify.
There's no drugs in there.
Okay. There's no drugs. You know that for a fact.
Yeah. It's not my truck.
Okay. Oh, wait. You don't know. Okay.
It's not my truck. I can't. God damn it.
Let's just take a step away from the bumper of the car so you're not leaning on it. All
I'm
right.
not leaving.
Okay, perfect. And just look right at me. Molly, I'm not going to make you walk. I'm not going to make you lift a leg. We have other tests we can do, okay?
Great.
All right. So I need you to stand with your feet together. Okay? Arms flat down by your sides for me. All right. Do you wear contacts or glasses?
I do.
You do? And you're not wearing them right now?
I have my contacts in.
You have your contacts in. Okay. And
They're
any
really dry.
Okay. Any medications other than the hydro that you took?
I took a hydro. I took a cold medicine.
Cold medicine? Okay. When did you take the hydro? Ish.
I don't even know what time it is now.
Me neither. 7 p.m.
Can I look at my phone and see when I was home?
No, that's okay. If you can hazard a guess, it doesn't really make a huge difference.
That's the problem. It was. I think, it wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
Okay. What about the cold medicine? Did you take the hydro and the cold medicine at the same time? Okay. Anything else? You take a multivitamin?
No.
Okay.
Not even my iron.
Not even a women's daily?
Nope.
Come on, Molly.
No, I don't.
We gotta take our vitamins here. Okay, so I need you to stand with your feet together for me, please.
I take.
That wasn't even a good joke. While you're about to arrest somebody. Basically patronizing them.
Other
Not
stuff
taking
because
your
I have an
woman's
immune
work daily.
deficiency.
Okay.
I ended up in a
That's
coma.
the least of her concern.
Kratom or anything like that? Okay.
It's
Red shirt Lexi. What's up? That is definitely a new person in the chat. How goes it? Welcome.
I'll let you vet them.
help me plan. You need garlic. It's my lungs. I was in a coma.
Okay. All right.
Years ago.
All the way up for me, hands by your sides.
Jimmy,
But I know who it is based off of their comment.
get here, please.
It sounds like Dean, right?
Okay. Can you look at me, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I need you to remain in that
There you
position
go.
until I tell you to move, okay?
I will
All
do
right.
my very best.
So I need you to look at the tip of my pen and follow the tip of my pen with your eyes and only your eyes, okay? Don't move your head at all.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing that test way too far for a nystagmus.
Mikey, hush.
Yeah, because that test pointless
It's
at
like
this
she's
point. She's
like
pointing
trying to
back.
cause nystagmus. Anyone's eyes will start having muscular strain at that point.
She already knows she's taking her to jail, so it really don't matter.
Yeah. And no breathalyzer is going to prove it because she's going to say it's narcotics. That's about the right distance for nystagmus right
All right.
there.
So you can stay in that position for this next one. Give me just a second. My kids took my watch off the charger, so I'm going to have to improvise. Okay, Molly. So for this next one, same position. I want you to tip your head back and close your eyes when I tell you to begin. You don't.
That's the first time I've been able to tell that she had any type of boob support under that tank top. That was my main concern throughout all that. I thought she was naked under it until I saw that back streak.
Let's hope so.
Just.
Alcohol or drugs? Alcohol or drugs?
Drugs. Pullman 458 case number and time of custody.
What are we watching?
Hey, Dean.
Yo.
Do you do Drager?
No.
This is the the DoorDash driver that pulled up next to Kohberger supposedly before he pulled out of his parking spot after the murder.
Ah.
But she
So
got
she got
pulled over
arrested
for
on DUI,
DWI. Right.
and
Go
she
ahead.
starts talking about it right here. So everybody's been watching it, so we're checking it out.
Like
Yeah.
my main question is, did the defense know about her and had already spoken to her, or is this like a revelation to the defense as well?
No idea. But I sent Toy the link so she can come up here and explain if she knows.
By
Yeah,
all means, get up here, wifey.
Danny's like, I didn't. You expect me to have answers? We watching shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up on the little stuff too. We've been free and Karen Reed for so
Drug
long.
anyway.
You never know.
Hmm?
Yeah, so you don't know. And since it's just flat out DUI, they need all their implied consent and all that stuff.
Okay, so Molly, this next bit is really long. Okay, so I need you to pay attention, and I can reread it if you need me to, but I can't clarify anything. The state wants it read exactly as it's written, okay? All right. Warning, you are under arrest for RCW 4661-502 or RCW 4661-504, driving or being in actual physical control of a motor vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or drugs. Further, you are now being asked to submit to a test of your breath, which consists of 2 separate samples of your breath taken independently to determine alcohol concentration. You are now advised that you have the right to refuse this breath test, and that if you refuse, your driver's license, permit, or privilege to drive will be revoked or denied by the Department of Licensing for at least 1 year, and your refusal to submit to this test may be used in a criminal trial. Do you acknowledge that I've read that to you?
Yes, I do.
Will you now submit to a breath test? Okay. So you can do this standing up or sitting down, whichever is easy.
Birthday girl's here.
Happy birthday.
Janine.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you.
What's going on?
What's going on? Oh my
Happy
God.
25th birthday, Janine.
Thank you. Not a day over. Thank you, sister. Love you.
Happy
Love
birthday.
you too.
Aw, thanks, Dean.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, sister. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, what a day. Oh my God. So, thanks, Toy. Thanks to all my friends who wished me happy birthday. I had such a special birthday, and my boy that's at home, my 19-year-old, we just finished watching. I don't know if you guys have seen the OJ documentary. My cousin was telling me about
There's 2 of them on Netflix, and I've watched both. So, were you watching the one that like went through his history from his childhood on, or just the actual murders?
No, the one. Damn, what's the name of it? It's recent. It is. It's
Well,
this
they're
year.
both recent. Like,
What is it?
there's
Trial
one,
of the Century, something like that. Oh my God, it was so good.
the one where they talk about the witness who saw him leaving the scene that they didn't
Yeah.
call to the trial. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because she sold
There's
her
Yeah.
story. How crazy, right? Oh my God.
Yeah. Insane.
And I had never seen the uncovered pictures, pictures that were so graphic.
She's literally freaking decapitated in the walkway.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was awful, but it was good to watch it because, we all experienced it. Well, some of us, I don't know, not everyone, but
Not Dean.
Not Dean. Oh God.
So I wasn't even paying attention to what we're talking about. My bad. What?
We're talking about the guilty O.J. Simpson, Dean.
Oh,
You know that guy?
not guilty. Acquit. No.
Oh my God. Swap. This is gonna swap. So we were watching that. We actually did watch an ID Kohberger. It was an early Kohberger documentary. It was an overview. And I told Robin G I was going to look for something I could send her. We were just scrolling because we wanted to spend some time together. It's really hot. So we were like we just kind of hung out in the air conditioning. And then I went for ice cream. So I love this ice cream, but it's like bubble cone ice cream. Do you guys have that in the South?
Bubble cone?
Like it's like, what is it? Korean bubble cone, or it's Japanese bubble cone? I don't know, but it's really, really good. And it's good because the bubble cone, so they make it like a bubble cone, right? It's like a waffle, but it's like a soft waffle. It's not like a hard waffle cone. It's delicious and it's hot and the ice cream is really cold. And my kids hate going with me because they take shortcuts, this place, and I'm the pain in the ass that walks in and says, "This is my favorite ice cream. It's $13 a pop. Can you please make me a fresh cone?" And my kids are like, they're like hiding their faces. And this is wild. So I walked in with my son and I was like, oh, I haven't been there in so long. I mean, the ice cream is ridiculously expensive, but I was like, fuck it, it's my birthday. So I go in and I'm like, oh, I'm already, like gearing up to, my whole spiel. And then they kind of look at me and they're like, oh, And then I smiled at this girl that was behind the counter. And then I went up and I gave the order and I said, "It's my birthday." I said, "This is my favorite ice cream. Can you please give me a hot cone?" And so she said, yeah, what do you want? Da, da, da. And I said, "This is my order, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "Okay, thank you so much, ma'am." And I took my money out and she said, no, you're good.
Oh.
Could you fucking imagine? And I was like, I wanted to cry. It was just like, it was such a beautiful, like, it was just such a nice thing to happen. Like, like almost like free birthday cake. So it was a great day. I got to FaceTime with my girl. And and my son was, and my guy in Dallas was really, really busy. It's, I guess with, financial, it's a busy time. So he said he's not really going to sleep much until Wednesday. So that was a bummer. And I kind of nagged him a little bit, but he called mama. And so now I'm here with my rap family. And thank you to everyone who made my day. I love you all. And I appreciate you. So blessed to have you all. Thank you so much.
And we love you, Janine. And what are the odds that you might have a birthday with baby River?
Oh my God, is River born?
We have not heard. No, I don't think so.
God,
I hope so.
What? It's selfish. I know, it's so selfish. Listen, I wish River had another month, but if it's gonna be today or tomorrow, make it today.
Right.
I want him to be my twin, but whatever, it's all good as long as he's healthy. I don't give a shit, right?
Right.
That baby, he's gonna be a Cansemini regardless, just like me. Anyway, so thank you all. Thank you so much. So I was just I just saw what you guys were watching. Is that's the DoorDash driver?
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
She's already gotten back to the police station and they're interrogating her. So this is the first time I've seen her.
Oh, and Lovey, before we go
That's
back.
the one she starts telling them what's supposed to happen.
Oh yeah. Before we go
She's a
back
witness and whatever.
to the stream, can I just thank you so much for sending me Papa Het today? That made my fucking day. Thank you so much. That was that.
Are you talking about me sending you James Hetfield?
Yes.
Oh heck yeah, girl! I know you.
Oh my God, I was like, it was so cool. Thank you. Anyway, carry on.
Wishing you a happy birthday from James Hetfield. I have connections.
Oh my God, you're the best. What could be better? Thank you, Gingy. Okay.
All right, we gotta watch this before we can watch Tombstone's video.
Okay. Cool.
Easiest for you.
We
What
don't
I
have to
need
watch.
is for you to wrap your lips around this tube and blow into it as hard as you can for as long as you can, okay, until I yank the tube out. Okay, keep going. Don't stop on your own and don't suck back in because that counts it as a refusal. Okay. Okay, big deep breath in and just try to breathe out. Tough but steady. Okay, you don't have to like as hard as you can. Okay, big deep breath in. And go. And blow out. Okay, keep going, keep going. Almost there, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Good job. Almost done. Almost done. Perfect. Perfect. Beautifully done. We have to do that one more time and then you're done. Okay. You want tissue for your nose?
Why does it look like a meth pipe? Are they patronizing her?
Yeah, that's a very
They need her to
strange
cooperate.
device.
You're not supposed to be sucking on that one. You're supposed to blow on that one.
They're fucking with you, lady. Oh, Jesus Christ. Could you imagine? That's
I
hilarious.
don't think I've ever seen one like that. That is very funny.
Yeah, don't let the meth coon see that. Maybe I ran off with that motherfucker.
Just keep it away from your
Pick up
mouth as
another
much as you can,
charge.
okay?
Little Miss, what's up?
Little Miss.
Little Miss in the house, y'all. Green.
Yo.
Did you just say something?
I said, yo.
Oh.
Yeah, this is Michael Jackson, yeah.
I heard
Oh.
that. I hear you, Dean.
Thanks. Thanks, Janine.
Oh, always.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Tombstones, nobody here will be giving you any rise. It's a good video. I've already watched it.
Deep breath in, same
Wait.
as last time.
Okay, so they didn't give her a reading yet?
Okay. And blow.
There
Okay,
it
keep
comes.
going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Katie would never
Almost
make
done.
it through a test.
Almost there. Almost there. All done. I've had college kids with perfectly great lungs have a much harder time with that, so you crushed it.
Sure.
And I know that was not easy, so I appreciate it.
Like torture.
No, I've tried my husband's device and I can hardly get it to work right.
Oh.
I need your shoes off and in this bucket, please.
After all that, it doesn't work? Jesus.
If you can't reach down and grab them, if that's super hard, you can leave them right there.
Is it one that you got to crank the vehicle with, Lolene?
No, he had Intoxalock for years, and I was the one who had to blow in it in order to crank the truck. But I'm talking about like our handheld device at home. Like,
Oh.
yeah, I've tried it before, and I'm like, holy crap, this is hard to do.
Yeah. The lung, like, I know the lung tests, my husband used to have to go for them. He dreaded them because it was similar. You would have to, and they'd be like, blah, 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 blah. And
Yeah,
then,
you're almost done. You're almost done in another freaking minute.
Right. It was awful. And then he was like, oh my God, his lungs would hurt. And they were already diminished, right? So, but it was like, he was like, I felt like I was going to die. It's hard. Yeah. But they have to do that to see what, well, I guess this is different, but with the lung.
They should have invented a test by now where it takes like 5 seconds. I mean, come on, where are we at with technology? Let's go, Elon. Get on that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to crank this up to 125.
Now it's the end of the world. Yes, please.
I haven't heard her tell him a reading yet. I feel like it was
2
0.
copies, please. Okay. So here are your alcohol breath results that confirm you have not had any alcohol to drink, which was never
There
in
you
question.
And they really didn't do any of the other tests to prove that she was unsafe to drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get a copy of
Well, we
this. You also
skipped a
get a
bunch of
copy of your
tests.
request for DUI hearing form. Okay. This is your beautifully printed infraction from Jordan. Okay, I'm gonna put that in your property, along with your driver's license and your registration. Okay. Your Safeway receipt. And your change. But I'm gonna count the change in front of you before I put it in there. Okay. You have 4 pennies, a quarter, and a nickel. So 4, 9, oh gosh, 34 cents. Are we counting the same? Am I missing something? My math off? Okay.
It's like, you jerk. I get paid through Cash App for my DoorDash.
Hey, you wearing a belt? No, right? Okay. If I leave your scrunchie in your hair, are you going to try to hang yourself with it? Well, I have to ask her.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that, lady. I'll keep you apprised.
Okay. All right, Molly, so we're going to go right back in that cell A there. That's going to be yours. So this is a holding facility, not a jail. So you can be here for a max of 6 hours while I get my paperwork done. Okay? Max of 6 hours. I'm still waiting on Jordan to drop your phone back off, but once he does, it'll be placed in your property. Okay? And you can take the water with you. Do you want a blanket? Okay. I mean, it's definitely not going to hurt anything. And oh, and I'm also going to put a copy of your notice of hearing in there too, okay? So make sure you're in Pullman tomorrow. With that, okay? Here. You're fine. Okay. I'm going to give you that too. Sorry.
Hey Molly, my name's Heidi Lambley. I'm a police officer with the city of Pullman. I am audio and video recording. It is 20:51 hours on September 4th, 2024. Could you come out and can I talk with you for a bit? Well, come out and I can explain. You can bring the blanket if you'd like.
What are those glasses she has on? Those look like safety wear for like DNA tests and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. Okay, I know that Officer Carpenter read you your constitutional rights. I'm just going to read them to you again. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right at this time to an attorney. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to an attorney before answering any questions. You have the right to have an attorney present during the questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost if you so desire. You can exercise these rights at any time. Do you understand these rights? Okay. So Molly, the reason why they call me is because I specialize in drug impairment, and I get a lot of extra training and learn about different issues that can mimic drug impairment, including medical conditions. And I've evaluated numerous people. Some I have found to be under the influence of drugs, some I have found to be impaired by medical conditions, and some I have found to not be impaired at all. My understanding is that you were arrested for DUI tonight and that you have a ton of medical conditions. I was curious if you would be willing to talk with me about what's going on and let me look at some things like your eyes, your vital signs, things like that. Is that something that you would be willing to do? Just you what? Okay. Did you have questions for me?
I'm scared. I really got PTSD.
What's going on with your stomach?
It feels like I have an ulcer. They call it MS hug, but I'm not sure.
What they call a what?
We looked it up. I mean, some people call it an MS hug.
An MS hug? And
it just feels like something feels like in my ribcage.
okay.
It hurts really bad. Like they're working with it.
And it happens to you when you're stressed out?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your first time in trouble? Okay.
She's saying she has multiple sclerosis, and MS hug is a symptom of
Quite a
that.
bit. But like at the end of the day, you are going to go home, and our goal is to make sure people are safer on the roadways.
I wasn't driving crazy. You over my dad.
Okay. Who pulled you over?
Jordan.
Okay. So, do you think officers arrested you because of your medical conditions, or did you actually use drugs?
I told them that I took a painkiller quite a while ago.
Okay.
I've been on them for years and years. So I can't.
Well, one of the officers also expressed that they believed you're under the influence of stimulants. Did you take a stimulant today?
An immune system deficiency. I get sick and it gets bad really quick.
So,
When I was in 2003, I was just all of a sudden sick, and then within 24 hours, I was put in a drug-induced coma. My right lung was completely filled with fluid. My left lung was completely filled with fluid. We took drug up got over 99 until I was halfway to Spokane artery home.
Okay.
I have to watch my health be careful.
You have to watch your what? Okay.
No, Angela, it was me too. I was just trying to turn it up or something, but I can't.
Yeah, I have it up to my ear and having trouble hearing what she's saying, but I'm sure once we put on Kohberger, they're going to start asking questions.
So you have arthritis.
Arthritis.
Okay.
My joints are always dislocating. And also, my upper shoulders, my arms, I forget what it's called, but they, basically I don't get a blood flow and then it links to my arms.
Okay.
It's just too large. It's cut off all the nerves. I don't work right all the time.
Did a doctor diagnose that?
It is
or-
sped up just a little bit. See if it
Doctor
helps.
includes, yes, they're all diagnosed.
Okay.
I have PTSD, I have depression, I have insomnia. My husband murdered in front of me. He was shot 9 times. Our friend
Where did that happen?
in Moscow.
In Moscow?
Well,
When
this
was
is
that?
them getting killed, I think, right?
Say it again.
I think this is this she's talking about when her husband was killed. It
Yeah,
happened.
that's what
It
she
happened
said.
in Moscow. Yeah, Moscow, however they say it.
Yeah, she said I have PTSD from when my husband was killed in front of me.
Okay. Thanks, Dean.
Good one. Good
Who is your
catch.
husband?
Charles, when I
Yep.
tell you, shot me with it.
Hmm. And
And then now I have to testify. A murder case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
you have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case for college girl.
Oh.
Du das weißt auch, woher wir sind. Car accidents, rapes, abuse.
Okay. So you think it's
Danny, do you know
all
her
of those
name?
issues that make it look like you're
Damn.
Might be.
I forgot it. I knew it, but she just said
I can Google. I was just curious to get her background, like what she's talking about now before she gets into the Idaho 4 case.
That's odd that they didn't have it in the description.
but didn't she just mention it? She just said
I couldn't hear. I mean, I heard her
the
talk about her
kid.
husband.
Is
Yeah,
it Pullman? I don't know.
Pullman
I'll go
is that's
Google
where
it and see what I
Kohberger,
can find.
Washington State. The college that Kohberger went to was in Pullman, and then the kids were in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
They were not far from each other.
Yeah, I'll look it up and see what I can find real quick.
Yeah, her name. What was her name?
you're under the influence of drugs?
No idea.
Okay. Molly, how do you spell your first name?
Molly.
Molly M. something. Yeah, right.
Okay. Do you have a middle initial? And then how do you spell that?
I-C-H-A-E-O.
And when's your birthday? 12/29/80. Okay. And do you have a Washington driver's license? Idaho.
She's only a year younger than me. I feel horrible right now.
Why is that?
Oh.
She's had some hard times. This one. I mean, her
Yep.
husband was
Where do your
killed.
parents live?
I mean, haven't we all though?
Right. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, I just mean, I think
So
she's
how
got
long
a
have you
lot of
taken the pink pill
addiction
that you
issues.
Yeah.
took?
Molly
You said you've been
M.
taking it for years?
Molly M, right? Yeah.
For how many years?
Let's say they started me. I went to law first, and then when my husband died, so
Yeah, I mean, I can't hear much of what she's saying. Still, Molly. Damn.
they started me on
Oh, it's Molly Kendall.
Hydrocodone?
Kendall.
So was it a high?
Oh, okay.
You what?
Thanks.
And so was it a hydrocodone that you took? Okay. So you didn't take any blues or fentanyl or anything like that?
Is this uncomfortable for anybody else?
And how long ago
Wait,
did
what's uncomfortable for me is what's coming up is that Ted Bundy's girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall's daughter's name is Molly Kendall. Like, I'm trying to read through all this while this is going on. This is insane.
Oh my God. What, Dean? What's so uncomfortable for you? I mean, it's hard to watch. I mean, clearly this is a woman she's troubled, and
Yeah.
she's agonized, right? She's really kind of in agony.
Yeah.
What's your observation?
Yeah, that's pretty
I think
much
she's
it.
only in agony because she got pulled over and arrested.
Yeah.
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 She wasn't in agony riding around high as a kite.
Right. That's true. Right.
It's excruciating to listen to a sobbing woman, says Gingy. That's so mean.
Is that
Genji, I
okay?
would
And
expect
is
more
that
from you.
Sandy last name or first name? Schwartzman. Doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I think the funniest part about that was Lalene's disappointment.
So aside from the
Which part
hydrocodone
of
that
my
you have today that
disappointment,
you've taken
Dean?
for years, what else have you had?
I expected more from you.
What type of cold medicine?
I mean, come on, we hear women like sobbing every morning when we wake up, Genji. Let's be real.
I was just fine within 24 hours. I was putting a drug into school and sick with Spokane for 2 weeks on ventilator. And he'll put me on an IV or anything. Lost 40 pounds. My right one filled completely with fluid. My left one filled. Pushed me out. It took half a morning. And then I got it. I really never until halfway to Spokane. So I don't care about it. Which really is something else.
Molly, could I get your pulse?
What am I supposed to do here?
You know, Danny? You know when there was the breathalyzer test and you were like, that looks like a meth pipe?
Mm-hmm.
Did you already make the joke? I know this is late, but methylizer test?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Her
I think she's
name is
looking to
not
take
out
the
there.
methylizer right now.
Her name is not out there in a lot of these reports, and I'm trying to look for it. And the only thing that's pulling up is Ted Bundy's girlfriend's daughter was named Molly Kendall.
But isn't she MM? She's. I think I even saw
I
that.
thought she said MM, but then when I pulled up the DoorDash driver with Idaho 4, it brought up an article with Molly Kendall. So that's why I was reading.
Yeah.
You gotta be getting to the good part soon. There's only 10 minutes of this left.
Okay.
Was she? The methylizer sounds like a character somebody's playing down at the trailer park at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday night. Running around in a torn up Spider-Man costume or something.
In all honesty, if she's an opiate addict, her blood pressure should be high right now versus low.
I'm just trying to get her pulse.
People who aren't addicted to opiates have like a much slower heart rate and everything, but if they're addicted to them, it's like meth. You shouldn't be able to zoom in on someone's medical stuff like that.
Right. That's true.
Because I'm
Okay,
zooming
so-
in trying to read stuff right
Molly,
now, and that shouldn't be allowed.
It's completely up to you on what you want to do. If you want to participate, tell me yes. If you don't want to participate, tell me no. Okay. So Molly, look at me. Can you look at me, please?
Oh, you might could have got out of this if you sat up straight and
Why
talked
can't
like a
you
normal
look at
person. Molly McMike.
You just don't want to look.
Just tell her you're cross-eyed and you're
You can't even
fucking,
look at your boyfriend when what?
self-conscious.
Molly McMichael. Yes, there you go. Thanks, Joy.
Okay.
Dyslexia, I really since I really bad anxiety.
Okay. If I can't even get you to look at me, I don't know how we're gonna move forward. So I'm just gonna have you go sit back in the cell. Molly, it's very rare that I come across people that are having this many issues.
She's got a Leslie's gloves on.
Okay.
My brother died when I was 4 years old. That started
Elise.
the trauma. Suicides, rapes, I'm married twice. I've been beaten by multiple guys. Car accidents.
No, I mean,
No.
Talk to yourself. That'll
trust
help.
me, people don't call us when they're having a good day. In fact, we very rarely see people on a good day. I've seen trauma. I've experienced trauma, a shit ton of it.
This officer's actually really good.
She's
Did I
very
skip
patient.
the whole part where she's talking about
All right,
Kohberger?
I'm gonna have you go sit back in your cell. You're just gonna sit in the cell until they're ready to release you.
They basically called her in to go over the whole narcotics aspect of it. She wasn't one of the initiating officers.
Molly.
Where this all occurred, vehicle information, and the criminal charge, driving under the influence. Up on the top part is all the court information. But essentially what this part says is the next 15 days, you're going to be mailing your packet of papers to this address. If that is incorrect, or you want your paperwork to go somewhere else,
Zoom in and look at her eyes.
Website, mailing address right here.
Yeah.
Why it's important to have a good address is if they assign you a court date and send you paperwork about that and you don't show up, there'll be a warrant for your arrest.
Sorry, I was reading something.
Let's see. So, as Officer Carpenter explained, you have court at 1 p.m.
He's struggling.
At that location, Pullman. You land on a Pullman day, so it's just across the parking lot. Can't have to be there.
Danny, if you haven't zoomed in, you have to.
Yeah, I see it. I've got it on like 9
God.
screens.
Yeah, she's struggling big time.
Yeah, I can see it like 6 times.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But is this where she talks about the Kohberger trial right here? Or did I skip over it?
I think she did it when she was wrapped up in the blanket. I think she said.
Yeah, she was talking about Kohberger with the girl after she talked about her husband, I thought.
Yeah, she talked about her husband was in a trailer park, and Gray Hughes went over this as well, and it was a little bit easier to hear, but I think what she was saying was she's reluctant to be a witness because she has the PTSD from having seen her husband shot 3 times. And I believe that they're having a trial for that now, which is greatly delayed, even though I see the date of this is last fall, but still, it's pretty recent. But
They need all their implied
she said
consent
she
and all that.
saw him, she said, I saw him.
It's the view with the girl with the clear glasses when she starts talking about Moscow.
In the blanket, right, when she was in the blanket, wrapped up in the blanket.
All right, so find her in the blanket.
Yep.
Let's find her in the blanket.
Yeah, you can see it's on the body cam of the girl with the clear glasses right by her head.
Yeah, right in there.
My understanding is that you were arrested for DUI tonight. and that you have a ton of medical conditions. I was curious if you would be willing to talk with me about what's going on and let me look at some things like your eyes, your vital signs, things like that. Is that something that you would be willing to do? Just you what? Did you have questions for me?
I'm scared. I have really bad PTSD.
What's going on with your stomach?
It feels like I have an ulcer. They call it MSL, but I'm not sure.
What they call a what?
We looked it up. Some people call it an MS hug.
An MS hug?
Multiple sclerosis hug.
Right. Sometimes things are so irritating.
Okay.
It hurts really bad. They're working with it.
And it happens to you when you're stressed out?
Yes.
Okay. So this is your first time in trouble? Okay. It is definitely stressful. I have seen this happen quite a bit. But like at the end of the day, you are going to go home, and our goal is to make sure people are safer on the roadways.
It wasn't driving crazy. It was my dad's.
Okay.
What did she say? I wasn't driving crazy.
Jordan.
That's all I heard.
So, do you think the officers arrested you because of your medical conditions, or did you actually use drugs?
I told them that I took a pain pill quite a while ago for my back.
Okay.
I've been on them for years and years. So my parents,
Well, one of the officers also expressed that they believed you're under the influence of stimulants. Did you take a stimulant today?
medicine this morning. I have an immune system deficiency. I get sick and it gets bad really quick.
So,
When I was in 2003, I was sick. I was and then within 24 hours, I was put in a drug-induced coma. My right lung has completely, my left lung was completely filled with fluid. My temperature never got over 99 until I was halfway to Spokane artery.
okay.
I have to watch my health be careful.
You have to watch your what?
I have to watch my health be careful.
Okay. What medical conditions do you have?
Arthritis, I have fibromyalgia,
So you have arthritis.
What's up, Misty?
Okay.
We're watching the DUI arrest of the DoorDash driver that saw Brian Kohberger right before or after he did some murdering, allegedly.
Supposedly before.
Also,
Yes,
my
before.
upper shoulders, my arms, I forget what it's called, but basically I don't get a blood flow and then against my arms.
Okay.
Because my chest is too large. It's cut up all the nerves. I don't work right all the time.
Did a doctor diagnose that, or?
My doctor includes, yes, they're all diagnosed.
Okay.
I have PTSD. I have depression. I have My husband was murdered in front of me. He was shot 9 times. Our friend
Where did that happen?
in Moscow.
In Moscow.
Rubicon. Oh,
When was
wow.
that?
Look at that.
What? Rubicon is here?
Yeah, there she
Rubicon's
is.
my buddy in DMs, and we're on the most important part that we just rewound.
I didn't mess it up, though. I
Oh,
didn't mess it
Rubicon
up.
and Misty are here. I missed you,
Yeah.
Misty.
Rubicon's here.
I love you,
So,
sister. Rubicon.
finally.
Yo.
She was a
Damn.
rewatcher on the other channel.
I am so happy that you're here.
But she's figuring
All
out
of them.
Discord, and she's going to be way more active now.
Yeah.
She's super fucking smart. She
my
ain't
movie
figuring
buff.
out shit. You know, she got y'all's ass fooled. She
Shut
ain't got
up,
me fooled,
Danny.
though.
Yes, she is.
She's okay.
Wait.
Dean,
Wait.
did you just wake up?
Did Danny just say she's super smart and Laleen say, "Shut up, Danny"? Yes, she is. Say, "Shut up, Danny. I agree with you."
Yes, I
No,
agree with you.
he said that she's not trying to figure out Discord, and I've been helping her with it. So y'all hush.
No.
Oh, what, Rubicon?
Wait, why do I
Yes.
have to hush?
Yeah, what
I
did
said
Dean do?
Love you
Where
I
is this
said
going?
Danny hush.
Lawlene's just like lightsaber and everybody up here.
I heard
Janine,
y'all.
watch
I
it.
only pulled
You-
out
I
my red
love it.
lightsaber on Danny.
You
Watch
said
out,
y'all
Janine.
hush.
It's Janine's
That
birthday.
last
Spare
point,
her.
I said
Spare
y'all,
her.
but I meant Danny originally. Stop it, Dean.
We
Don't
must
hurt
have gay
Janine.
cons on my birthday. We needed
I'm
to do
not
it.
trying to say Janine or Dean hush. I'm talking about Danny because I'm trying to help Rubicon with Discord.
I got
Yeah,
you.
we got some videos we're fixing to get to in 5 minutes that Rubicon wanted to watch.
Yes, but Dan, brother, listen. So I think she was just talking about. Did you hear that she was talking about
She
Laleen?
said, yeah.
It's hard for me to hear.
It's hard. Yeah, it is hard to
Yeah,
hear.
she says Moscow, but I've heard this breakdown, and I don't know if it's the same
We
segment or if
just
they
we
brought her
said
back out
earlier.
later.
We said earlier that she said she watched her husband die in front of her in Moscow.
Yes, and then
Right.
That's what she's talking about right now.
she said it's parked. They parked close to each other, and then I believe that he left. But I don't think she said that. I think she said yes.
Right, like that's what I'm confused about. Like I've seen her testimony in her interrogation somewhere else, and it's like she talks about seeing Brian Kohberger and working with the defense, and that's what I haven't heard yet on this one.
Interesting.
Henry, you don't know Rubicon? She was in the first ever voice chat in Discord we were all in.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's super smart.
she certainly is.
But
And
he's
anywhere you find a
admitting to
glare, you're gonna
success
find
in
Rubicon.
Discord. Let's
That's
be
right.
real.
She's my
Yeah,
movie
wherever
buff.
the
all I
glare
was
shall be, so
That's
shall
right.
Rubicon be. So that's how you
right.
find her if you want to
They're
find her.
very much alike. They think almost exactly alike. It's so funny. We watched a movie the other night together, and I was like on the opposite end of the spectrum, and I was kind of going back and forth with him a little bit because he was ruining the movie that I loved.
Wait, that's his whole point. Which movie were you watching? Was it
The
Notebook or
Top Gun.
Oh, Top Gun was fun. Top Gun I didn't give a shit about, but I never realized it really like everything that he said about it was true, and I was like, oh man, you fucked it for me, for anyone who was there. But it was fun, right? And then the Notebook, it was like it was like contentious. Because this is bullshit, and I was like, no, it's not. And
Rubicon, that's Janine Campa talking.
every woman out there with unrealistic ideas of a man?
Well,
you can't run that for us.
Exactly. Listen, there were some unrealistic and there were some completely realistic, and that was my point. But like Rubicon was of his mindset, but for some reason she was kind of like the buffer. So it was fun. So you guys have to do movie night. I think that he's gonna do Point Break, which is hilarious. I mean, it's a hilarious movie. And I think Mazza is gonna be on board for that.
Mazda, I respect his opinions way more than Glare, to be honest. But
Blair is really good. I have to say, like, you know, I mean, I just like him, and I think he's really smart. But movies are his thing, and the truth is, I was impressed, honestly, with how he was able to make those observations and have those insights. Both movies, like
If
it was
he gets
great.
on Dirty Dancing, it's over. Like
It,
I will forever not talk to him.
crazy. It was crazy. And the interesting thing about the Notebook was that he identified things that it's not like I didn't see them. I was ignoring them, but it was really interesting. Like it was an interesting philosophical, psychological. It was really it was fun. Like Rubicon could tell you. So
Dean, do you
All
want
right.
to weigh in?
No, we don't want to weigh in. We want to get this fucking video over with so we
Oh,
can
wait,
move on to the next
wait.
thing.
This is Idaho 4 related. Has anybody seen? I have to send it into the Discord. I think I shared it the other night. Lolly and your boyfriend Peter did a beautiful breakdown of recent things
The
going on.
update. Yeah.
So what he was mentioning, though, he did this whole thing with, you know, they're trying to push it back, and he felt that they're not going to, like, proceed as starting.
They're
However,
not. The judge said, I'm telling you right now to go ahead and get
Get ready.
prepared for the trial to go on
right,
as scheduled.
right. But then she also mentioned, or maybe Peter mentioned, did you catch this? That there's a secret meeting that they're going to have. That's
No, they just
related
had
to
not a public
not a public,
side of the hearing.
right, regarding an alternative killer.
Yeah.
And
The
I'm
third party
wondering,
culprit evidence. Yeah.
right, I'm wondering if that's Jackass.
I don't know.
The guy with the hoodie. I thought that they, you know, at the
I mean,
At
they
the food truck.
pointed the finger at several people, from neighbors to the food truck to the drug aspect. So who knows?
Who
Let's,
knows?
let's see if we can find what this lady says and get it over with.
Okay.
Who was your husband?
Charles McMichael, he shot me with it.
Should be right here.
And
Now I have to testify. Big murder case too, so yeah, because I'm a DoorDash driver, so yeah.
you have to testify in which murder case?
Murder case with college girl.
Oh.
My DoorDash driver, I suffer in that. Very nice stuff. Car accidents, rapes, abuse.
Okay.
Car
you think it's
accident.
all of those issues that make it look like you're under the influence of drugs?
See, I'm 100% certain what I saw of her interrogation. There were a lot more questions about her being a witness in the Brian Kohberger case. So I feel like they brought her back out of the cell later and interrogated her.
Yeah. I think so. But here is the next thing that we're doing tonight. We're going to start on this Suzanne Morphew. And there's not a lot of stuff, but we do have Tombstone's video, which we'll play first. I got to find it. Hold on. I think this is Tombstone's video she made yesterday. Rubicon got her all worked up in the Discord, so we're going to play the videos. Play some of them anyway. Maybe I should have just read that. So
Or at least slow it down a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
I'm just going to pause it and read it.
Well, let's let Dean read it.
It's like class. We can all take turns. No, I'm only kidding. Go for it, brother.
Yeah.
Is Dean
May,
still here?
May 6, 2020. Yeah, Dean's here.
Okay. Are you here?
He's just quiet.
Dean? Are you sure Dean's here?
He's probably smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Anyways, May 6, 2020. Suzanne sends her husband, Barry Morphew, a text message. He wants to end their marriage. She's done.
I mean, how many times have we sent that message and it really wasn't that we were going to end it? Like, we
I'm
just want them
done.
to talk
I
about
could
it.
care less what you're up to and have been for years. We just need to figure this out civilly. May 10th, 2020. The two Morphew daughters are on a camping road trip together. Their calls and texts to their mom are going unanswered.
Mother's Day is the day she went missing, right?
I think so. The daughters, worried, called Jean Ritter, a neighbor of the Morphews, and asked for them to check in on Suzanne. Ritter agrees. 5:15. Barry Morphew receives a call from Jean Ritter informing him that Suzanne's vehicle is in the garage, but she can't be found. Barry is in Broomfield, Colorado, 150 miles away on a landscaping job. Barry asks Ritter if Suzanne's bike is in the garage, and she confirms that it's gone. Barry then asks her to call the sheriff to report Suzanne missing.
That doesn't make sense to me. If her bike's gone, why would you automatically assume something nefarious?
I don't know. 5:46. Suzanne is reported missing from her home in Maysville, Colorado, Chaffee County, by the neighbor. 7:10. Barry speaks to law enforcement over the phone and informs a detective that Suzanne bikes every day, usually leaving between 8 and 9 in the morning. Ooh, 7:36. Law enforcement locates Suzanne's mountain bike off a dirt road and down a hillside less than a mile from the Morphew home. No damage to the bike is noted. No personal items are found with the bike. This is the bike she rode every single day.
But he said
Which,
she usually rode the bike between 8 and 9 a.m., right? And that was
yep.
7:36 when it was found.
Yeah. Ooh. $8:46. Barry arrives home and asks law enforcement if they know of any cats, meaning mountain lions, in the area. None have been reported. Barry informs law enforcement they left Suzanne that morning at 5 a.m. asleep in bed. Law enforcement begins searching the Morphew property and spends several days collecting evidence. Or an intruder is noted. DNA swabs are collected and processed from both the home and vehicles. Partial DNA sample was found on the glove box of Suzanne's Range Rover. It is determined to be from a source outside the family. May 13th. Barry is photographed by law enforcement. His hands and left arm have scratch marks that are healing.
But he's in landscaping, so I could see why that's not that big of a deal.
Right. 150 miles away, though? That's a little nuts.
Yeah, if it was me, I'm gonna be cuts on all over me all the time. So I know how that is.
Right.
I'm scarred from working in my yard.
May 14th. Suzanne's helmet is found off Highway 50, 1.5 miles from the Morphew home and 0.84 miles from her bike's location. Tire impressions are taken from the scene. Barry puts out a video message to plead for Suzanne's return on May 17th.
Oh, Suzanne, if anyone is out there that can hear this, that has you, please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you. No questions asked. However much they want.
Stop shaking your head
I
no.
will do whatever it takes to get you back. Honey, I love you. I want you back so bad.
May 19th, the plastic needle cover is located by law enforcement in the dryer at the Morphew home. Inside the dryer is bedding from the daughter's bedroom.
And the daughters were on a camping trip at the time.
Right.
Yeah, a recording pen or spy pen is found by law enforcement in a bin with women's underwear located inside a walk-in closet of the master bedroom.
Okay, what is that?
A spy pen? A camera?
Yeah.
Like
It's just a
recording
camera.
device, I guess, yeah.
Like you can see and hear someone's movement through it?
Yeah, you just set it in there and it'll record whatever battery power and storage it has. Probably motion activated. May 24th, multiple audio recordings are retrieved from the spy pen. Recordings include heated conversations with Barry, as well as more intimate conversations with another man named Jeff.
I want
It
to know
appears
whose
that
prints,
Suzanne is having an affair.
whose prints are on the spy pen.
Yeah, so the spy pen probably belongs to Suzanne.
You think she put it in there or Barry put it in there spying on her? I
I mean,
want to know whose prints are on it.
how dumb is
Mhm.
he for leaving it around? I mean,
I don't know. June 1st, Barry files for guardianship and begins to liquidate assets. Barry sells Suzanne's Range Rover.
Jesus.
This sounds like Scott Peter all over again.
Yeah, yeah.
October
Again.
5th, Barry places the Morphew's Colorado home for sale. $1.759 millones. Nice. That's a chunk of change.
Yeah.
May 4th, warrant issued for Barry Morphew's arrest on the charge of first-degree murder of Suzanne Morphew. May 5th,
Danny, let me
Morphew is
teach you how
arrested
to
on the
read.
side. Say it again.
Let me teach you how to read.
Dean can
Yes,
give the
we'll pull
unplugged
Dean's,
Mechanic.
we'll pull Dean's reading up.
5 May 2021. Barry Morphew is arrested on the side of the road near his homie in Ponca Hot Springs, Colorado.
Good deal.
Sounds like Buchanan.
I think you're ready for that GED now. I think your GED ready now.
Thank you.
September 20th, Barry is released on a $500,000 cash only bail. The case against Barry is dismissed, with prosecutors having the option to bring charges in the future without prejudice.
I feel like you mispronounced a few words there, but okay.
No. Skeletal remains are found in a shallow grave near Moffett, Colorado, Suckachee County, during a search for a missing area woman on September 23rd.
And they weren't even
2023.
searching for her, which is interesting.
Yeah, they were searching for somebody else.
That's obviously Saguchi County.
What is it?
Suckachee? Suckachee?
Saguchi.
Oh,
Saguchi.
So good. Hey,
The
Chad.
remains are found with clothing remnants and medical port. And a
No,
medical
wait.
port
A
located
medical
about
port, like
40 miles
someone.
from the Morphew home. We can't talk at the same time.
I'm
We could
asking a
try.
question.
Okay, well, don't ask a question while somebody's reading.
We could
Freaking
You gotta hold
Danny.
your hand up.
I can't see my
See?
hand because I'm not on stream.
Okay.
A medical port is a device for like chemotherapy or something. Was she sick?
No idea. I don't think so.
I mean, found with clothing remnants and a medical port, that's like the actual device in your body for chemotherapy.
September 25th, 2023. An autopsy is performed in Colorado Springs by the El Paso County coroner, and the remains are confirmed to be those of Suzanne Morphew. There's no indication of trauma to the body at the time of death. A weathered bullet is found along with the remains and is placed in evidence. Suzanne's death is ruled a homicide by undetermined means in the setting of butorphanol, azathrone, and methamphetamine intoxication.
And read the chat right now because they're all saying she was undergoing chemotherapy.
Oh, shit. Okay.
By BAM.
Yeah, my husband had a port, too.
But he had a lot of stuff to tranquilize animals to move them from one side of his property to the other.
But the point that it was in the bone marrow was extremely important to me.
Yeah, that's a deep jab.
Shit. Wow.
BAM is found in the bone of Suzanne's femur. BAM is a drug cocktail used to tranquilize large animals such as horses, elk, and moose. And also Dean, if he gets out of hand.
Yeah.
He's our favorite animal.
Yeah. June 18th, 2025. Barry Morphew is indicted by a grand jury in Alamoso County, Colorado, and charged with the death of his wife, Suzanne Morphew. June 20th. Morphew is taken into custody in Gilbert, Arizona by the Maricopa County Sheriff. The Maricopa County Sheriff does some hardcore dudes. He will be returning to Alamosa, Colorado to stand trial. His bond is set at, wow,
Holy
$300 million.
Wow.
Holy
Cash
shit.
only, if I remember correctly.
So they think that what he did was he took the animal tranquilizer and just probably chased her around the house because that's what her phone data showed, right? That she was running around the house and
That's what you said, yeah.
I've heard
Like
that. I've heard that a
yeah,
couple
I
times.
remember that.
Right. So, but I mean, I remember that from having heard it in the past. I mean,
But then took the bike about a mile down the road and took the helmet about another 0.8 miles down the road from the bike.
right. So he just placed it there, right? I mean, isn't that what do you guys think? But he
What
jabbed
it sounds like to
the
me.
words. He jabbed her so hard that, I mean,
For it to be in the bone marrow, that's your cells that have not been released into the body yet. Like he shot her directly into the femur.
directly. That's my question. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and he jabbed her because he's probably holding her down or whatever.
Oh my God. Whew.
So it had to puncture the bone to get in there, I'm sure.
Holy cow, he's the only. Oh, never mind. Let Danny read.
That was it.
He's
Oh,
the
never mind.
only
There's one
private
more.
citizen in the whole state that has access to that. That's insane.
And then he used it on somebody like they weren't going to test him. Come on, man. Jesus, what do you go to school with, Kohberger? They don't teach you anything actual. Like, I don't know. He didn't get any blood in the car. That's a damn amazing feat to kill that many people and not get any blood in your car on the way out.
He stripped the cover off and put them into a bag and placed the bag, but he'd also cleaned the car. You
I
know,
mean, that's
depends
Dexter.
on what.
Yeah, but
That's
he
straight
left.
up Dexter shit right there.
He left nothing behind. No perspiration. No skin underneath the the nails. Like, it's just crazy that that was the only trace. Oh, and there's a latent print, right? The latent print.
But I mean, if he's in coveralls and clothes all over him, the odds of them getting skin up under their nails are drastically decreased. And then the
All right,
amount
we're on
of.
this now. We got 2 more videos of this. We're
I
seeing
hate
pictures
when
on
Danny plays
Morphew.
parent on this stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I am the parent on
Well,
this
we
stream.
are on Morphew.
I can make you disappear. It's crazy.
I know you can,
Let's
Danny, and I love you
Morphew.
for not
Read
making
through
me
that indictment. She
disappear.
does have more on the background of the case. And we should say this initially was being investigated in Chaffee County. The indictment is filed in Saguache County. So let's hear what Megan has to say.
In 2020, Suzanne Morphew was reported missing after going on a bike ride near Maysville, which is west of Salida in Chaffee County. So
But the bike ride Tombstones was saying is probably not accurate because she's saying she didn't ride her bike that much.
Okay.
That's what Tombstones was saying last night. The bike ride shit's something that he made up.
The
He took
8
the
to
bike
9
down
every
there and
morning.
tossed it, and then took the helmet and
I
tossed it.
So that's where the investigation began. But when her body was found in a remote area near Moffat, investigators there took the case. They started fresh and went through all of the evidence again before filing charges against her husband. 2 months into the pandemic, in May 2020, court documents show that Suzanne Morphew sent a text to her husband indicating she wanted to civilly end their relationship. Days later, May 10th, 2020, Morphew went for a bike ride on Mother's Day. It was the last time she was seen. Law enforcement found Morphew's bicycle down a steep ravine off Chaffee County Road 225 from Highway 50, but deputies said the bike didn't look like it had been involved in a crash, and no blood was found nearby. 12 days later, investigators were honing in on her husband, Barry Morphew, and along with the FBI and CBI, Chaffee County Sheriff's deputies scoured his job site near Salida. In a search of the Morphew home that month, law enforcement found a tranquilizer gun and accessories. Between June and October of 2020, law enforcement, friends, and family conducted multiple community searches and held vigils for Suzanne. Then, nearly 1 year after her disappearance, law enforcement arrested Barry Morphew, charging him with first-degree murder, tampering with a human body, and other offenses. But nearly a year later, just as Barry Morphew was set to go to trial, prosecutors dropped the charges against him after a judge barred them from presenting most of their key witnesses, citing their failure to follow rules and turn over evidence. That evidence included DNA from an unknown man linked to sex assault cases in other states. Last spring, Morphew's attorney requested the prosecution be investigated for misconduct, filing a complaint that accused them of withholding evidence. Morphew also...
What?
Wait, I missed that. Can you go back to where he was linked to the DNA of another man?
Yeah, she was definitely having an affair with another man.
Right, but for his DNA to be like in the database, he had to have been convicted of a crime. Was that his DNA or someone's on the glove box?
I've been linked to the DNA of several men at the same time. Is that like the same thing?
I missed it, Dean.
Filing a complaint that accused them of withholding evidence. Morphew also filed a $15 million federal lawsuit, claiming his constitutional rights were violated. The suit is still pending. Then, in September of last year, investigators found human remains.
What?
Nobody said
In
anything.
remote central Colorado, more than 40 miles south of where Suzanne Morphew lived. 5 days after that, the CBI confirmed they were Morphew's remains. Toxicology found the presence of specific chemicals in Suzanne Morphew's body that are also found in a deer tranquilizer that her husband had access to. The indictment found that Barry Morphew had...
Oh my God, what happened?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything about the phone data. I mean, unless I was confusing it with a different case, I was almost sure.
They just talked about the DNA linking to other males, and that's where I asked you to back it up because I got confused with what they were saying. I didn't know if it was the profile on the glove box or what.
I thought that it was, yeah, that was confusing too. Another male that was suspected, that was what, on the predators in the registry?
I don't know. I'm trying to read the chat to see if anybody else has said anything.
But yeah, I have to look up about the phone data as well. I mean, unless I got it confused with another
No,
case.
I remember when you were talking about chasing around the property and the chipmunk and the bam, like I remember all that happening.
Yeah, in the house, like, you know, that it shows that she was running around, and then whomever.
Okay, so the chat saying the DNA on the glove box is what was linked to other offenders, which is extremely interesting as far as
Yeah,
from the defense's case.
yeah, that's it. That is.
Yeah, we need a bunch more videos on this. They're kind of scarce.
And we still haven't even
Resources
gotten
right now.
into the DA who was disbarred. Like that's one of the most interesting parts to me.
Who was disbarred, Lily?
Like they brought charges against him originally, and right before trial started, the
Yes.
DA was disbarred, and
Miscon-
I haven't seen an explanation for that yet.
That's wild.
For prosecutorial misconduct.
Right.
Yep.
So Gray Hughes has been doing
Who?
you know, I'm seeing a lot of Suzanne
Gray Hughes.
Morphew related videos recently, so I'll just start sharing them in the Discord.
Yeah, I put a Morphew channel in there for Rubicon and Tombstones to put stuff in.
Oh, cool.
So whatever you find, drop it in there.
Yep.
And like I posted to Danny, this is the case that Nan is following now. So
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that she will maybe come on and share some insight with us as well.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Ain't gonna happen.
Why? Why
You
not?
seen her in here?
Mystic rat daddy.
She
You
said
seen her in here?
she said she would come on with us, with you. She said yes.
That was
I'll come on with them.
2 months ago.
I will reach out to her, and I bet you I get her on your show, and you better
Oh
not
my
punk that
God.
on me.
We didn't follow up though, as I mean, as far as I'm aware, maybe somebody did.
Well, you really all you gotta do is log on to YouTube, and then if you like a channel, you go there and hang out. She don't like
No.
this one, so she ain't came back.
No, I'll get her in here just to prove you wrong,
Wasn't
and
she
you
in our
can't punk
chat
out.
a couple nights? She came in.
Once. She came once and hung out.
I know
Yeah,
she came
but
on the
then
Discord
Karen
a lot too.
was towards the end, so I think she was really immersed in that.
And it was also when all the whole problem was going on between her and Nick, so she was
Yeah,
kind of on the down low.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly when that happened. So she stepped. I think she had to take a beat. You
So
know.
this one is only a minute long. They're hard to find good videos on this.
Missing on Mother's Day 2 years ago when she went out for a bike ride. Her husband had been charged with first-degree murder, but those charges were dropped. And now he's speaking in his first television interview with his 2 daughters by his side.
Our dad's no wife killer. That's what these 2 sisters are telling the world today.
We just know our dad better than anyone else. And we know he was not involved in our mom's disappearance.
Barry Morphew was charged with murdering his wife, Suzanne. She disappeared after going for a bike ride in Colorado on Mother's Day in 2020. But no body has been found. And Morphew walked free last month after charges were dropped. His overjoyed daughters, Mallory and Macy, were at his side. Now they're speaking to ABC News.
We want to heal. We feel like we haven't been able to heal these past 2 years.
Morphew insists he's innocent.
I just love my girls. And I love my wife. And I just want her to be found.
Always shaking his head no. Always.
And we're never going to stop looking for our mom.
The charges against Barry Morphew were dismissed without prejudice, which means they could be reinstated if new evidence is found.
So what do you think that the daughters didn't go on a camping trip and they're in on it?
Are they the biological daughters of both parents? I mean, they said their mom.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. That's
Can't imagine they would lie about going on the camping trip.
Yeah.
Here's his arraignment.
Good evening, sir. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Barry Morphew, 10/17/67.
Thank you, sir. And it does look like you are here today on a warrant from the state of Colorado. And they have indicated that they want to extradite you back to the state of Colorado. Did you get an opportunity to review that laminated card that was given to you today?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a choice to make here today. You have 2 options, and we're going to go over what your options are. So first, let's discuss what you're here for. There is, again, a warrant from the state of Colorado. They've indicated they do want to extradite you back to the state of Colorado related to an offense charge of homicide. In this case, you have the option of stating, I am ready to be returned to the state of Colorado. If you were to choose to do that, you would be waiving your rights to any hearings here in Maricopa County. You say, I'm ready for Colorado to come pick me up. If you choose to do that, you would be held here in the Maricopa County jails, non-bondable, for up to 30 days, giving Colorado 30 days to come pick you up. That 30 days would start tomorrow, so long as you do not have any local pending charges here in the state of Arizona. In the alternative, I could set a hearing here in Maricopa County on June 30th, 2025 at 1:30 in the afternoon. In this case, you would be stating you want to have an extradition hearing, and before you're extradited back to Colorado, you're demanding that both governors, the governor of Arizona and the governor of Colorado, sign a warrant requiring you to be extradited back to Colorado before you do that. That process takes about 60 to 90 days. That hearing that I would set here in Arizona is civil in nature, meaning you would not be entitled to court-appointed counsel, but you could hire an attorney at your own expense if you would like to for that hearing. If you were to choose that option, you are eligible for bond. In this case, you have a cash-only bond of $3 million. If you posted that bond, you'd have written conditions of release you'd need to comply with. You would also need to ensure you attended that hearing on June 30th. If you failed to appear at that hearing, you would now have a warrant out of Maricopa County. Your Colorado warrant would still be valid, and you would forfeit the bond that you posted. Based on that information, do you know what option you would like to do here today, sir?
I'd like to waive.
You'd like to waive your rights here today and go ahead and say you're ready for Colorado to pick you up? Okay. Since we are waiving some important rights, I'm just going to go ahead and ask you some important questions before we do that, and then we will get some of your signatures, okay? So again, I just want to confirm you did read the waiver of extradition paperwork, which was that laminated card?
Yes.
Okay. And you do understand that you do not have to sign this paperwork?
Yes.
And you do understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing. That would be that hearing on June 30th.
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
And do you understand you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by both governors of each state before you're returned?
Yes.
And do you understand that you would have a right to bail, in this case, a cash bond of $3 million?
Yes.
And do you want to give up those rights and sign this paperwork?
Yes.
And has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this paperwork? And have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
I find that you are knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily signing this waiver, and I am also going to sign it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless you have local charges pending. If you have local charges pending, then the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Did you have any questions there?
No.
Okay. In just one moment, we are going to ask you to step up here. We're going to need a couple of signatures from you to indicate you are waiving those rights.
Oh, yeah. That dude's going to get it.
That lady. Do you have any questions, sir? Like, welcome to McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's a fucking Raymond. Are you kidding me?
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to your rest of your life in jail.
Right. You're
The woman who went missing on Mother's Day 2020.
It was an unrelated investigation that finally led deputies to Suzanne Morphew's body in Saguache County. Tonight, a source familiar with the investigation told 9 News they discovered skeletal remains and identified Suzanne based on dental records and her cancer report. She disappeared from her home in Salida in 2020. Prosecutors eventually arrested her husband, Barry Morphew, charged him with murder. They dropped those charges last year, just 9 days before he was set to go on trial. They said they wanted to go to trial once they found Suzanne's body.
Last Friday, they finally did, near the town of Moffett, about 45 minutes south of the Morphew's home. 9 News reporter Jennifer Meckles is in Salida tonight. And Jenny, investigators have not made any new arrests following today's news.
Nope, nothing that we know of at this time, Alex. This case had, for most people, pretty much gone cold. It had been 3 years since anything happened. No current suspects in the case after those charges were dismissed. So it certainly came as a surprise today for folks both here in Salida and around the country who have been following for such a big break in the case. More than 3 years after Suzanne disappeared, many still held hope answers would eventually come.
Someone needs to keep her name out there until she was found, and now we will continue to do it until she gets full justice.
Tisha Leeway spent years getting to know Suzanne at the salon, small town connections. When Suzanne disappeared on Mother's Day 2020, Tisha helped plan search parties. Learning investigators finally found something comes as a relief.
I think it's great that they found, her remains, and now people can finally, I guess, get a sense of relief that now we can move forward as far as being able to find the justice that she deserves now.
The Colorado Bureau of Investigation won't say the exact location where they found Suzanne's remains last Friday, only that it is near Moffett. You're looking at an aerial view of that part of Saguache County. Investigators were on site for a different case when they came across Suzanne's remains, positively identified on Wednesday by the El Paso County coroner.
The FBI, the CBI, the sheriff's department has always, the sheriff especially department has always said, we need her body to finish this case out. So, my thing is you've got her body, let's finish this case.
A huge discovery in this case. Friends hope will finally lead to some answers.
First of all, who did it? Obviously, the obvious answer that everybody wants to know. Why? Why did this happen to someone like her? It shouldn't happen to anybody, but someone, as genuine as her, like why? But I guess, just the biggest question is who did this? And let's bring them to justice and put them, where they need to be.
Our team reached out to several members of Suzanne's family today. We were unable to connect with any of them. We also don't know if investigators have spoken to her husband, Barry Morphew. Our team reached out to his attorney today, but when we spoke with her, all this information about finding the remains was actually news to her at that point. That was mid-afternoon, guys.
And you mentioned the husband. I mean, we remember very clearly prosecutors saying that this was the missing piece. They needed her body in order to file charges again against him. And I think a lot of people were wondering tonight, will that happen again, and potentially how quickly?
Yeah, that was one of the first questions this friend said to me today is, okay, we have this piece. Now what happens next? And does it include him?
Mm-hmm. All right. Lots more to come on this for sure. Jenny, thank you.
So at this point, investigators aren't talking. Not the CBI, not the sheriff's office, not the Chaffee County DA who filed the original charges against Barry Morphew. 9 News reporter Mark Salinger walks us through the months of searching and that aborted murder trial.
It's been more than 3 years since Suzanne Morphew was last seen. 3 years since the day law enforcement believed she was killed. Investigators say this is the final picture Suzanne took on the afternoon of May 9th, 2020. It's the last piece of evidence that shows her alive. She sent the picture to a man in Michigan she was having an affair with. Suzanne was reported missing the following afternoon. The first deputies to arrive at the Morphew home found her mountain bike nearby in the woods off the road.
Can you try to call the husband and see what type of bike she has?
My daughter. She said Barry's house.
Okay. All right,
Her husband, Barry, arrived home that evening after he says he was on a work trip in Broomfield. He immediately asks if an animal could have killed her.
That's lion?
Yeah, it was just like
Was it no lion? Mountain?
For months, state and federal investigators searched for Suzanne and any clues that might lead to answers. On May 13th, 2020, her bike helmet was found near the road. On May 22nd of that year, the FBI searched through a construction site in Salida that Barry had been working on.
I believe the house is just below us right now.
In September of 2020, Suzanne's brother Andy couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He organized a team of dozens of volunteers from around the country to search for Suzanne. Each search turned up few results.
Please, we'll do whatever it takes to bring you back.
It wasn't until May 5th, 2021, nearly a year after Suzanne went missing, that Barry was arrested.
And I wouldn't bring charges unless I was confident.
District Attorney Linda Stanley charged Barry with murder in the disappearance of his missing wife. She didn't reveal what evidence she had, but promised the public there was enough to convict him.
And it's about all the individuals that knew her and loved her and cared about her.
After a year of preliminary hearings and pretrial court appearances, prosecutors dropped the charges against Barry, saying they don't have a case without the testimony of the expert witnesses the judge ruled to exclude from trial.
That's what innocence looks like right there.
How do you feel, Barry?
Barry Morphew's attorneys just got us a statement while that story was airing. They told us, quote, Barry is with his daughters, and they're all struggling with immense shock and grief. They had faith that their wife and mom would walk back into their lives again. Morphew's defense team says that law enforcement did not notify the Morphew children that their mother's body had been found. They insist that Barry Morphew is innocent. He could be charged again since prosecutors dropped his previous charges before the trial started.
If additional evidence points at Barry Morphew, the prosecution's not really going to have any problem at all refiling the charges. The case was dismissed without prejudice. On the other hand,
Let's check out some of the Good Morning America.
Why were the experts excluded?
Exactly. I just had Bev Canoni vibes when they said that.
Yeah.
The trial had to be, or the case had to be dismissed because the judge wouldn't allow the expert witnesses.
Right.
But I'm also waiting to hear what happened with the DA. So I guess I'm going to have to look that up because no one's talking about it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we need to find some more videos.
I'm sure.
We'll watch a few minutes of this one, and then we're getting off of here.
Kidoki.
Ruined by false
Say it again.
I said kidoki. Okie dokie.
She's ready to go party.
Yeah, ready to go to sleep.
accusations.
What have these last 3 years been like for you?
Very, very sad. Very confusing. Just so traumatic. Like literally our worst nightmare.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your wife?
Absolutely not. It's very hurtful to lose your reputation and your integrity.
Barry filing a $15 million civil suit against prosecutors, the sheriff, and several investigators.
So I know that 15 million is a huge number, but I don't think that, in my mind, that covers any of the damage that's happened to Barry and the girls.
They know he's innocent. And if they would just look for Suzanne outside of where they hypothesize Barry could have possibly buried her remains, they could find her.
His daughters standing by him.
You never had a shred of doubt once you heard the evidence from law enforcement against your dad?
I've never had a shred of doubt. Not one.
Prosecutors say at the time they believed that they were close to finding Suzanne's body and dropped those charges against Barry, hoping for additional evidence. Authorities tell ABC News they still believe Barry Morphew could be involved in his wife's disappearance and aren't ruling out future charges.
Law enforcement, the DAs, believed that they had their guy, and they believe that there's a mountain of evidence against you. There's just not Suzanne's body.
They're wrong. They've got tunnel vision, and they looked at one person, and they've got too much pride to say they're wrong and look somewhere else.
These charges were dropped without prejudice, which means if authorities feel like there's more evidence, they could charge you again. Do you live with fear of that?
Well, I was innocent the first time they arrested me, so I'm sure it's possible. But I don't have anything to worry about. I've done nothing wrong.
Was there any indication before she disappeared that something was amiss?
No.
Did you observe any fights, arguments, disagreements between your mom and your dad that concerned you before?
No.
Prosecutors offering texts which appear to show a strained marriage, Suzanne referring to Barry as Jekyll and Hyde, and just before she disappeared telling Barry, "I'm done." Suzanne confiding in a friend, "Macy and I had a very tough talk yesterday. She's weary of the tension here. She knows how he is toward me and almost begged me to divorce him. He's still pulling Mal in." But Barry and his daughters deny the marriage was in trouble.
We had a wonderful life, wonderful marriage. She was just so loving and giving and such a good mother.
Before her disappearance, Suzanne...
Man, we already know he's lying about that.
Yeah, you got her affair in the
That's
text
the damn
messages.
text messages. Plus the fact that she's having an affair.
And she's sitting there talking to her daughter, and daughter supposedly telling her to leave him.
Right.
These daughters are what's piquing my
You're
interest.
suspicious of them.
Yeah, very.
They don't want to lose both parents.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
I was thinking that.
They
Yeah.
wouldn't be the first kids to kill their parents.
Listen, look at OJ's kids. They ended up talking, that it was strains, but they were talking to OJ, the fucking monster, guilty monster. Everybody knows he's guilty. So, I mean, you have
that
left. What?
Nothing.
Accepting.
The glove didn't fit is all I'm saying. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm just joking.
And fighting cancer.
And
Got me,
I
Dean.
know that she was going through chemotherapy for the last couple of years before her disappearance, and I know she was going through some hard things and made some bad decisions.
What kind of bad decisions?
She was really having trouble with the chemotherapy and the drugs.
Investigators also say she was involved with someone else.
When you found out that Suzanne was having an affair, what was your first thought?
My heart was broke. My heart was broken.
My pride was hurt.
I didn't believe it.
What's been the hardest part?
Just not having mom.
Gonna cry?
Not knowing.
It's really difficult, especially because of the lack of closure we
Okay, the family circle right there is weird.
It's a little weird. Yeah.
I felt like the holding hands the whole time was weird.
But not one tear.
Did you see? I mean, I hate to say it, but like it looked like the daughter like fake cried earlier.
Yeah,
They tried to cry.
until they got to the affair.
Yeah, did like a fake ugly cry, but it's funny because she was like the interviewer. What was the hardest part? And I swear to God, if he said trying to hide the body, I would have.
But wait, so, Dean,
Get that dang board out of her.
That brain is always working, Dean.
Rubicon says this is just the tip, Dan. He's very familiar with just the tip.
I'm familiar with a lot more than
Guys
that.
play that trick on Dean all the time.
But the remains, what remains? So they don't have a body, but they must have the bone.
Skeletal remains.
No, they have they have cloth like from her clothing. They at least have the skeletal with some muscular because the port was located inside the skeletal system.
Right. Oh, you're breaking up, Laleen. So I don't understand that. They said we haven't found the body, but they have the remains, and then they know that the drugs made it into her bone marrow. So what the hell are they?
They don't.
I thought
make
they
it to
didn't have
bone
the
marrow.
body.
They're injected into the bone marrow. Like they don't just get into like tissue and get to the bone marrow. They're injected into the bone itself to make it into the marrow.
Right. So if they know that that's the case, then they must have her bones. So,
Yeah, I thought they didn't have the body, but now they do. That is
Yeah,
that.
they didn't prior to the first time that he was
Yeah.
charged, but he's been recharged.
Yeah, and they have the body now. They were waiting to find the body before they recharged
But
him.
they found the
It's got
body
bam in
looking
it.
for remains of someone else, which is just strange.
It's got the BAM in it, and he's the only person in Colorado that legally gets the BAM.
I'll give the BAM to you, Danny.
Uh-oh.
That's
Like,
bam,
bam.
bam.
We'll
That's
protect
bam,
you.
bam. This is just weird, though. Look at this little freaking evil teepee thing.
I will say this about
And Barry Morphew has moved out of
that when people, and I know this from having, lost 2 first-degree relatives, that, and I don't know how applicable it is, but people do expect you to cry, and when you're not crying, to them, they look at you like you're weird. So sometimes I feel like when families, even families of people that I know have nothing to do with it, historically, I feel like they try to cry because they feel as though if they don't, they'll be judged for that. Now, I don't know what the story is with it. Is a little weird, the whole configuration. Their behaviors here are a little awkward, but maybe they're doing what they feel they should to present, a united front and to support the father. I don't know.
I think they're scared to lose another parent because they've been spoiled, and oh my God, I'm gonna have to face life myself without this man.
Right. And then also just not to have parents, it's for anybody, regardless of any life circumstances, you only have two, and now they only have one. And it's like, fuck, then who do I have?
And no one wants to believe that about their parent, but I mean, look at the cell phone evidence and supposedly the communication that she texted about with the communication with her daughter and her daughter saying leave him, but now she's like, oh, nothing was going on.
Right.
That's highly sus.
Right. Look at that turtle rider. That proud turtle rider.
Yeah, the turtle's pretty mean.
There you go.
It is a mean turtle. Oh, that's not a
Dean
turtle
was
anymore.
the turtle head for a brief second.
Is Mary B on a date tonight, or is she still working this late?
No, she's got to be.
I sent her the stuff earlier. I don't know if she might have been
He's
tired.
like,
Went to sleep.
forget you, Danny.
I know.
It's date night 3.
I know. We're missing like 10 of our people. But we got Rubicon, so she's the equivalent of 10 of those people.
Hell yeah.
The universe has evened us out.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy Ruby is here.
Yeah, that's kind of like how long it took to get Gingy to come in here. Mediocre chicken parm.
Yes, mediocre.
Yeah, once she finally got in here, she's like, "Oh, I do like it here."
And in every voice chat when Danny doesn't appear and everything.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We need to make Rubicon a chat rat. Get her a rat suit. I think we might have still have one unassigned rat suit.
No, that's all toys business. We can't do that, but we support it.
Kind of like fireman's suits.
Yeah, Rubicon needs to give her specifics to toy, and it will be done at some point.
So, Dean,
Yes.
what you been doing every day?
I don't know, man.
Celebrating my birthday. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I did today. I celebrated Janine's birthday.
That's right. I
You
knew.
listen to a lot of Metallica?
Yeah.
All
I
day.
didn't listen to.
You know who
Yes, I know.
Metallica is, Dean?
Hell yeah. They got that song Sandman or
Yeah,
something.
Exit Sandman.
Yeah.
Exit. No, don't know Metallica by anything on the Black Album. Please, God, no. Please, for fuck's sake, no. The first 4.
Yeah.
Lalina.
Oh God, Megan J's got big news for Dean. Lay it on us, Megan.
Uh-oh. Now
What
you
is
have to
it?
tell the whole chat,
There you
Jay.
Yeah, that can't be good.
Uh-oh.
But we'll find that out before we end this bad boy.
Yeah, like we have to wait for that announcement. Come on, MJ. What's the big news for Dean?
This sucks rebuilding the channel.
We love
Putting to
you.
these 10, 15 people. Takes a long time to get them views up.
You got there last time, Danny.
We
I'll
would
get
have
there
been
again.
sitting about 300 right now if we wouldn't have got shellacked.
Let it go. We'll get there again.
Yeah.
Wait, MJ says she sent it to you, Danny. Oh my God, MJ, do you have some
Oh,
kind of
God.
videos of Dean and inappropriate circumstances?
Oh God.
Yeah, like his sex tape. I'm kidding.
Did you get the picture of him as the Red Power Ranger?
I swear to God.
I didn't share it, Dean.
MJ.
This is definitely going to affect Dean in a big way.
I don't know if you did, MJ, but you're saying it now, so thank you. And happy belated to you as well.
So
Keep
the
saying
new Red Lobster CEO announced the menu with seafood boil bags and $5 drinks.
For me,
The bathroom's gonna be packed.
yeah, for me, Red Lobster is more of an all-you-can-eat buffet, and it's in the bathroom. So,
Yeah,
and I get paid.
Hey, what's up, Laura J?
Aw, thanks, Laura J. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, we almost got 60. We're close to 60.
Hell yeah.
Let's see if Dean off any of our current subscribers during this fucking stream.
I hope they're all gone.
Oh, OB's live.
So Teebs went live tonight, right?
Yeah, he did. I didn't know he was going to. I thought we were going to have a smooth sailing here late night.
I listened to the 30 minutes before Danny went live, and he was just mainly complaining about interviews he hasn't gotten yet, but also because he hasn't tried to get them.
I mean, come on, it's been 5 minutes. I mean, for real, you'll get your interviews.
He was mad because Barrows had gone on the sunglasses girl on TikTok stream, and like lawyer, had gotten Bob and David. He's like, but again, I haven't asked for any interviews. I'm like, well, maybe that's the problem.
That's the thing. Yeah, people are not.
He said, I've been too busy, which I get, but don't complain about it. Like everyone's just gonna wait in line for you.
Laura J said, did we
right
talk about Barrows yet? What came out in that stream they did? But I don't know what came out in that stream.
Yeah, we don't know because we've been faithful to Danny this whole time, Laura. What came out?
Well, it's not on YouTube anyways, or we'd probably watch it.
No, it was on TikTok though. She must have seen it. What came out, Laura J? Did he take a money bribe, as what Wendy Murphy was saying? Oh, I don't doubt that one bit, Laura J. That's what Better has been saying this whole time, is we know that Lally asked him about the tail light as far as the picture in the Sally port, and he said no, and that's why Lally didn't ask him about it at trial. And then the defense had no idea what he'd say, so they didn't ask.
We could probably get caught up on that for the next stream. And I guess we're just pre-game Turtle Boy tomorrow if I get home in time. That's just going to have to be our slot.
Sounds good.
Gives up all these days of the week.
Yeah.
You know, they're still not emailing me and letting me know when they're going live. People listen to this.
Rude.
Didn't we talk about this, Janine, that they needed to go ahead and just let me know so I could plan
accordingly? That's right.
Common decency.
I guess nobody told them. I don't know.
No. They'll know soon enough, brother.
Yes, they will. When we make it back to 100, we'll be rolling.
That's right.
First 100 was so hard to get because we spent a month and a half not telling anybody about it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that's right. Nobody knew, and we couldn't.
You're close to. You're between a half and 2/3 way.
We couldn't say anything, which is fucking annoying. You know, we couldn't do. You can't do raids and Turtle Boys. Glare doesn't give a fuck, so we can do it there. You know. Yeah, there are only certain places where you can do that. You know, where you can do the raid.
Well, no, Gingy proved today that you can do it in every super chat in LYK.
Why Gingy did it?
Oh yeah, she dropped the damn channel in every super.
I was reading the Discord that like Spacey Stacy was invisible, and Laura, you know, like she got banned or something, and Gingy was dropping the channel. Is that what was happening?
What, Gingy was dropping the channel, and then Lawyer, you know, blocked.
Well, some like, yeah, I saw where Spacey Stacy was invisible in Lawyer, you know's chat. Like some of his mods, they don't chat; they're just there watching everything. So I don't know what she said, but she said she was invisible, and then Gingy's like, well, I keep dropping the channel. I was just trying to read Discord about what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is what it is. I feel like as long as we're not telling people to jump ship and to come in our chat, I mean, which is wouldn't do. That's unethical. It's like, what the fuck do you care? I mean, you were a baby channel one time too, and I think that a lot of channels don't care, but there are a few that it's just like, come on, it's ridiculous, and I don't even think it's the creator so much. I think it's the mods. That's my 2 cents. But whatever.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Because the thing is, if you go too far, and then they get, and then they get rid of you, and they have a tantrum and get rid of you, then you can't chat with your friends. But whatever. I think the word got out last time, and it's gonna get out again. It just takes time for anything to build. I mean, it does suck, yes, because we were close to that.
We have momentum.
Yeah. Well, I feel like momentum is built now, and just to keep doing what you're doing, what we're doing.
And plus, you have a game plan to move forward, and a lot of channels are kind of stuck right now who were just FKR. So
Yeah, it's
you've got
gonna
to go.
suck, but it ain't gonna bring the masses.
Yeah, but it might bring the masses for people who are following Kohberger only and weren't big Karen Reed people or this Morphew case. You never know what it's going to bring.
Yeah, until we start putting it down on the tracks, then can't nobody see that we're doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
We're doing it, whether it sucks or not. Fuck it.
It doesn't
suck.
suck.
It doesn't suck ever.
No, I mean it's kind of slow. That's why people don't.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like if you wedge yourself into one single case, one single issue, I don't know. I mean, there's always going to be big cases. There are always going to be things to talk about, and that's a growth mindset. I think that in general just is attractive to people. People enjoy bantering and hanging out and engaging with us. And, we do different things. It's not just free Karen Reed. It's not just one trial. There's a lot of things that we're interested in. And even like the fucking OJ trial, we had a discussion about that. There's always things to talk about,
Missy, I'm like 99.9% sure Stacey was saying in Discord that she was invisible. And she couldn't understand why.
In Discord?
Yeah. About Laura, when we were all, corresponding during his stream tonight. Stacey was saying she's invisible in his stream.
Oh, in the stream, not in the Discord. Okay. Yeah, well then she could message him. He's on, is he on X?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she could probably...
But I mean, John and the girl that take care of his channel are pretty much the ones who handle all that.
Oh, okay. That's what we did when when Mary was blocked in Glarus. We just badgered him until he realized, and he
Rubicon Stacey is one of our Discorders.
Yeah. Which we have Sherry's Discord and we have Danny's Discord, so it's hard for me to keep up with who's in which ones right now. But if you're in both, you see everybody.
I'm going to kick some people out of ours.
Do I need to start pleading my case now, Danny?
No. You know the case.
It'll be a surprise.
No.
Oh, it'll be a surprise.
It won't be a surprise to me.
Fucking Dean's fault.
It'll be a reverse Irish goodbye.
I feel like it's Danny's fault for misunderstanding Dean's comment.
Yeah, but why did he even have to say anything about it? That's the whole damn reason we went.
That's why we
felt
were
bad
surprised
for
to
my
see you
little
do that.
friend Dean, and now look what's happening.
Always Dean's fault, as MJ says.
I'm not gonna say any more about that. That's all I got to say about that. Stupid is, stupid does, Mr. Dean.
Oh, come on. Give it a little more Affleck. Let's go. Do it for the people in New England, Danny.
Yeah, stupid is, stupid does, Mr. Boone.
You didn't give us the Affleck I was hoping. You're right there next to Alabama.
But
You
when
can
you
do
are when you are slow, you don't have to pretend to be slow, Lolene. Double negative. The way I say it is kind of slow.
Not as slow as Forrest.
Forrest.
Gingy, why did I invite Gingy again? Oh God, what does that mean? Why did he have to invite me tonight? Uh-oh. Because it's too late now. You're a damn chat rat. You're fucked. You're stuck.
Wait, why are Misty and MJ talking about Phelps? Wait, did
Phelps?
TB get into that tonight? Because I'm really waiting for him to go off on that.
I saw Phelps did an interview with somebody the other day, and I meant to save it, and I didn't,
Oh,
and now
crap.
I found it again.
Oh.
He was on some chick's channel.
Was it like a AKR type person?
See, I told y'all Rubicon does a lot of rewatching and lurking. Otherwise, how would you know that? That
You're
was
the
not
one that
released
donned
to
a
the press.
Petro on her. How do you know about the FCC question?
That information was not released to the public. Dean does a lot of sleeping here.
MJ, I think
Saturday.
that would be very interesting as well with Phelps' sister-in-law's murder.
One screen's watching us anyways. The other one I think's on dirty stuff.
But you have to prove that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna forever be bitter about being over halfway to freaking monetization. That would have been so cool to have little rat emojis and to charge y'all $65 a month for them.
You'll be back there before you know it, Danny.
That's
Drop
right.
it down to $64.99.
How many subs do you need to have to be monetized?
500 and 3,000 watch hours will get you super chats and memberships.
Oh fuck! Wow, 500. Wow, I thought it was
Yeah.
1,000.
So after you start clocking watch hours, it changes from 1,000 and 4,000 watch hours.
Because your watch
drops
hours
down.
were like extremely high. Like you were halfway there on memberships, but your watch hours were really good, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we had 2,400 watch hours. We were 600 watch hours away. We would have hit watch hours way before subscriber, which is
So,
hard because everybody
while
is.
we're at work all
subscribers.
day, should we just put on your old streams and let them play? Would that help you get there?
God no. It's probably
Well-
tagged with all kind of identification numbers and shit we don't see. We
I'm trying to
definitely
think
would
ahead,
want
like-
that out there. Because that I don't want to say it out loud,
Okay.
but I'm not supposed to be on here.
I was just trying to think ahead of what could help you with your watch hours and everything to get you there quicker. Because I can put my phone on anything and let it play all day while I'm working.
Oh no. I can still be bitter about it. Because I see other people doing way worse shit. I don't even know what we could have done that was that bad.
I agree.
Right.
For
It's all
spam,
because
anyway.
Dean was involved. If Dean wouldn't have been here,
Oh, yeah.
everything would be fine.
There's no doubt. Those fucking Yellow Flash and his mob of spammers came and fucked us up.
All
Now
those
we gotta
comic
go
book
after Yellow
people that
Flash.
got beef with Dean just followed him over here.
Yeah, we gotta go after Yellow Flash now.
That is probably what happened.
What's the other dude's name? The one that's always on Yellow Flash's case?
Ethan?
I think it's a regular name like that. That dude is obsessed with some Yellow Flash.
Hell yeah.
We wanting to get just a tip going. Touch tips with Yellow Flash.
Yeah, he's trying to straight up dock. It's like fuck
Laura
touching
J,
tips.
we've talked about this before. We would love to get you on the stream to talk about that. That is so interesting to me.
What?
The Atlanta child murders. Like, I've watched a documentary on that, and her father was involved with that.
Who's this?
Laura J.
She probably got some of that inside information. One of those boards with the pins and the string on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Laura, come up and talk to us about that. Wow, that's horrific. I don't know anything about that, but I mean, obviously, it's extra horrific when it's a child.
Many children that all went missing and murdered in like the 80s and like wasn't it the late 80s, early 90s, Laura?
Right.
I think so. It was like 28 kids or something.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And pretty much every one of them was African American, to be politically correct, with Danny and Dean.
Oh my gosh.
What did I do?
That's
I
horrible.
don't know. She's calling us out for something.
I said African American, so I'd be politically correct with you two.
They prefer to just be called black. I don't know.
That's what I said, but y'all jumped my case.
Yeah,
when I said
okay,
that.
because I heard you say African American.
Honestly, I never.
She said late 70s through the early 90s. Yeah, I remember watching a doc on that. It was very interesting.
Yeah. I never lived by those rules. It's just
Okay, well, Danny, look at the connections you have in your chat between the Morphew case and like Rubicon and people who are interested in that, and then you've got Laura J with the Atlanta missing children. Like, you could build a huge thing off of this. This is really interesting.
Oh yeah, we are small, but we are mighty. But I
Mighty.
wish most of these people would come and hang out with us while we're live. But I gotta have a rewatch crew, so I know a bunch of them are rewatch
They
crew.
will, brother.
That's a view. That's a view.
Hell yeah.
And let's see
As
that.
soon as we get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours and we unlock everything, I'm banning Dean's ass from this channel.
Fuck yeah.
You see Misty's comment, Dean
Just using it.
taking one channel down at a time.
Yeah. Just
Aw.
one at a time.
One at a time.
You need to use all
That's
25
fun.
of your damn profiles to like the page.
Just stop where you are, Dean. No more channel taking.
I'll try.
Rubicon's asking where you're at now.
On what?
I'm assuming
Yeah, that's a good
subscribers and
question.
watch hours.
We smoke pot here, Rubicon. You gotta be specific here.
Where we at now? We're on this live stream,
Could be
obviously.
Someone who's
He
translating.
oriented
He's talking about watch hours and subscribers.
We could be at 3 hours and 56 minutes.
Not
But
watch
yeah,
hours.
we're at 59. We just got another one like in the last few minutes somewhere.
Oh, I thought you were already at 60-something subscribers again.
No, I'll dream again. We're at 59.
I thought you said that earlier today. I thought you might have lost some.
No, we didn't lose any lately.
Rubicon says watch hours, numbnuts.
Oh, watch hours. Let's see. We can go.
Oh.
It's gonna be good. I'll tell you that.
You know, Danny, remember that case that Oblivious Benson was going over, OB?
Candy person?
The Candyman. Dean, were you in her live that night?
I watched a couple. She covered it for like I think like 3 streams. Yeah, I watched a couple of them.
Yeah, I have to watch the other streams. I remember I was in with Petty and Danny, and that was fucking crazy. I've heard about the Candyman, but but my kids were saying it's a movie too.
Yeah, 2-part movie.
Hey, this
The
says
first one was
60.
the best, though.
So that was from 1971, 72, 73, and you know, we need to know about those cases. What those kids went through was horrific.
No, for sure.
It's justice. It's justice for them. It's part of the justice that they'll never get. I mean, the guy was killed, and the other two monsters went to jail, or at least one of them. One of them was in jail remember, he was being interviewed, but
yeah, extremely
Oh,
arrogant punk.
Yeah, so we're at
175.
well, it takes a minute for it to get
It takes 2 days.
from this box. So we're actually at 246.5 watch hours.
Yeah, it takes up to 2 days usually before it'll reflect on the earn page.
Yeah. But that's our total. Yeah. I had a lot of stuff going on in here. It was cool. Now we're back to this.
You'll get there, Danny. You'll be all right.
246 watch hours is a pretty good bit, though, for 7 streams.
Yeah, we're gonna get you there. Especially since you gave us permission to like go out and advertise the channel.
Well, once we get the watch hours, I think we could cheat and buy the damn subscribers from India.
All you gotta do is
I
get
don't think I hadn't thought about it. I thought that's why I was so
Do it.
worried about the last page, because as soon as I hit that 3,000, we're going to start doing something else. I was going to get to 500 quick. Just so we can have the rats. Not like anybody's going to send the super chats.
That was bedroom talk between you and Toy about what your plans were.
There's all the little channel analytics.
It's all about the rats, Laleen.
This says 60
It's so
subscribers.
I thought I saw
Yeah.
60 earlier.
Yeah, so
Me and Danny are gonna see 69 later.
Gingy, this
Tuning up.
channel is pro gay. You're in the right place. We're very tolerant here.
Did you guys see it? It changed live. It turned to 61.
Obviously,
Alert
Dean
or
used one of his
subscribe.
30 channels. He's doing this.
No, that wasn't me. I'm already subscribed. I
Oh, yeah,
subscribed
no,
with
with
one of
one
my
of your
alts
channels.
too.
I was just gonna say we've already seen you chat with an alt. Surely you subscribed with both.
Yeah. Little Miss Red Dress. That was your other name?
It was Red Shirt Lexi, and hear me out. So Red Shirt Lexi, there's this girl who's like a massive
Hold on a second.
grifter.
Hold on a second before you start the story. I saw a Little Miss Red Dress.
No, it was Red Shirt Lexi, and I'm explaining the story, Danny. If you could let me
Please,
talk.
I-
Only one of us can speak at a time, Danny.
How
Does that
embarrassing
sound
are you?
familiar?
How do you like your medicine, brother? No.
No, so it's this girl, she's a grifter and she's a terrible person. And I found her because I do digs on people. I do videos about P words and things like that. But I found her escort page when I was doing my digs. And it was called, her name was Red Lexi, but there was this nude image of her. Anyways, I put a red shirt on her from Star Trek. So Red Lexi became Red Shirt Lexi.
Cool.
And that's the alt.
That's what the channel analytics page looks like.
I like that
So
explanation.
you got your all your content breakdown, tells you about your audience, how long people usually stay in here. It's cool. Tells you all kind of stuff. See, most of my people are female and above 80 years old. See that?
Above 80? No. Whatever. Above
that makes
30,
sense.
I would believe.
Yeah, no.
My analytics always show like 100% male.
How many
I bet.
males in their late 20s? It
I
should just
bet.
be
It's like
one.
Da Vinci's 2 fingers touching each other, except they're not fingers. Somebody smart will get that one.
I didn't get it. I gave you a pity
Is it
laugh.
Vinci with the 2 fingers?
No. I said like a Da Vinci with the fingers touching. Except it's not
No.
fingers. It's ding dings.
I don't. If we're not docking, we're not nothing.
So what's the drastic peak in the purple line on the screen you're showing right now?
These are your activity things. It shows when you went live.
So
This is
that
live. This is
that one
live.
that's flat for the longest, I think, is his returning viewers.
that is.
And the other
Returning
one
viewers,
is the one that's
0.
spikier that starts later is new viewers.
Exactly.
You got a lot of new viewers then recently.
Yeah, 'cause we just started the freaking page.
Well, I get that, but at the same time,
There's when it all went down right there. Right in here somewhere. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You can go more advanced and do all kind of crazy stuff. Or you can look at each one of your
Third
individual
channel is like
videos.
burnt pancake. This is a much better pancake. This is a fluffier pancake.
See this video. Let's see about it. Come on. Go in here and add all your tags and all that shit. Edit. There's a lot of shit. It used to be full. You gotta get descriptions and everything back in there, channel tags.
The point to all the viewers is let's boost Danny's channels in every stream that you're in. If it's Karen Reed, if it's another case, put it in there. Let's get everybody over here.
Let's get everybody.
Share the stream all over social media. Share it on Twitter,
There better
Facebook,
be 80,000 people subscribed by tomorrow afternoon.
Twitter, Facebook, other places that
Put out flyers at your local gas station.
yeah. Put a
Miss
QR
Ask
code
her
that'll
what's
send
their
them
most
straight to
watched
Danny.
video so far.
Dude, you should get a QR code and just post it.
We're taking away
everywhere.
Janine's Teen Vogues, and we're just going door to door for subscribers now. Janine. You can start in your neighborhood and work outwards in a
Frat
big
house
circle.
meeting.
Yeah, just work outwards in a big circle from your house.
You get a free channel with each subscription.
And even if people dislike your videos, don't you get as much credit if they like them?
Yeah, it's interaction.
Yeah. I think
Even a
Laura was
replay
asking
view
that
is
in
just
the
as
chat.
good as this. But when
Yeah.
you keep people in the live for 4 hours, if you keep 10 people for 4 hours, that's 50 views
Hell yeah.
from the same 10 people.
Fuck yeah.
Laura J, we really don't know what the last channel got turned in for. It's a very complicated issue, and Danny's very
Sensitive.
upset about it. Yeah, so we're just gonna build this channel and move forward.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
because we don't have a fucking choice.
Bigger, stronger, better.
Smarter. You're not going to have any
Faster,
copyright
stronger.
claims or strikes on this.
No racist comments from anyone.
Oh, no playing Metallica on this channel.
Ah, Metallica got us one hell of a strike. They kicked me and Janine off. It's just like 5 of them.
Damn. It was fun. It was like a fun
Yeah.
5
We were jamming there for a minute, and then Laura
I was
like,
actually
"Nope."
there that night. I was in my garage. I remember that happening.
It was great.
Yeah, Lars was like, "Hold on, do you hear that?"
Mhm.
No, I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, like Lars is reporting a Napster back in the day.
Exactly. So I know he will do it. I know he will personally do it.
You guys remember
Because he was
LimeWire?
good.
He'd be the one.
Now I remember LimeWire.
Did you know that Jerry Lee Lewis is the one who started the copyright
Yes,
music?
yes, I did know that.
You know why he did it?
No, why?
He didn't want the radio stations to play his music. If you wanted to hear his
Yes.
music, you had to come to the concert.
Yes, that's crazy.
Yeah. So thanks, Jerry. You
Right.
fucker. You bastard.
And then
It's okay. We can
No.
still just sing
Ask
our
that
favorite
BMI.
copyrighted
It's like-
songs, guys.
ASCAP BMI
Censorship
is like a
basically
worldwide
started
company.
Oh no, Rubicon Metallica's not bad. It's just Danny got the
Me and
stuff-
Janine did the first stream. Me, Janine, and Toy. And
Yeah.
we were just playing around, see what we could do. Since it was like 3 or 4 of us, and we played a Metallica song. And about 30 seconds in, we had to start another stream.
Yeah, they found out they could not do that.
It was 1, 2.
Yeah.
It
That
was
kind of is like a hard strike.
Oh man, yeah. It's like, what happens? Yeah. No, Metallica is awesome as long as it's the first 4 albums. Skip, Black, Load and Reload, and Saint Anger, and go straight to Death Magnetic. And that's that. Anything after that is okay.
We tested the waters, and now Rubicon, we're not just sitting here. We're waiting to try to land this stream on exactly 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 0 seconds.
And
We
Misty's
missed
not
it.
here to ask what time it
32.
is.
But we
Janine's
missed
going to do it for her birthday.
We need to do the addition
Okay.
right now.
What do I have to do? Tell me what to do. I'll do it. I'm a team
No.
play.
All right. So the new outro is 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
Cool.
Oh, that's what happened last time. I didn't play the right one. And it was 1 minute 58 seconds on the other ChatRats song. Now we're gonna land it right on it. 420 and
Birthday,
00.
420. Speak it into existence. 420. Everyone in the chat.
Oh, there you go. They're getting warmed up.
Yeah. Getting warmed up.
All right, so we have 10 minutes to chit chat. What do you want to talk about for 10 minutes?
Danny will tell you when to ask what
No,
time
you
it
got
is, but that's going to
7
be your
minutes.
job tonight.
Oh, all right.
So you've got 7 minutes and 28 seconds
Oh,
with a 3-second delay. So we need to go at 7:25.
Gigi says Little Miss will be coming in soon.
Nah. Aw.
She was here a little while ago.
She was. She was.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was already here. She went to bed.
So the thing
Yeah,
with
she'll wake up to start her coffee.
I know. Yeah, the coffee. So wait. So with
Rot dunks.
so with TB with the interviews, because I didn't watch any of his stream tonight. I was watching with my boy. And yeah, that I would highly recommend that. I'm gonna watch the last part. It's like an hour and a half. I'm gonna watch that tomorrow with him. Just finish it up. It was really good. But with regard to TB and the interviews, he is what? He's pissed off because Bobby and King David went to.
He's not mad. He's just like, I didn't expect all these other people to get these interviews, but he hasn't reached. I think he was like trying to give people like space and time. But
Or
everyone
he
else
thought
reached
that they
out
were
to
gonna
him.
reach out to him.
Yeah. And the only person he reached out to was juror 11 or 17, whatever, 11, yeah. And it was like our 4th interview, so he was saying it's like sloppy seconds, but his interview was the best one, in my opinion, with her.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
Prince Lover, where you been?
Prince Lover.
She must have been somewhere in Australia.
But
There
he was
she
like disappointed that Barros went on TikTok with the sunglasses girl, but he himself said, I didn't even think to reach out to Barros. So he was asking people in the chat earlier, who should I reach out to for interviews? And people were making recommendations and stuff, but you could tell he's kind of bitter, but at the same time blaming himself for not. He's like, I don't have a PR team to go out and request this stuff, and I've been so busy. And he said, I've asked
What?
Alan,
Well,
and
don't
I'm
you
waiting
want
for Karen.
Don't you
What's
want to
up? He
give
always says he's so busy.
a
I'm
few
not saying
minutes?
he's not. I'm just saying, what's he doing?
Well, he's decompressing, but for
He's
me, I feel
reading
like-
everything online and commenting about it and reading about himself mainly.
But he's also giving people time. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's not even been
But
a
he
week.
even
And lawsuit
referenced
would say, "Fuck that."
Nate going on Ryan LTL, and he's like, everyone's getting all these firsts and I don't have any firsts. But he says, I have been talking to Alan and I haven't talked to Karen, but other than that night, and he expects that he will get the interview with Karen, but he's like aiming for the
better.
bigger interviews, and he's kind of aggravated that people like Laura, have already talked to Bob and David.
Right, but then they asked, but the thing is, I would be the same way, and I think, I don't know, I may be misinterpreting this, but I feel like he's so close to this that he you know, it's overwhelming, and you want to give them a breath. You don't want to be like, okay, now you're now you're not guilty. The trial is over. Come on my stream. It's like,
well, that, and plus he's got all his legal issues. So I would be concerned about some of the stuff he might bring on himself as far as his outstanding cases. If he brings on like the defense team with Karen's case, because I have a really strong opinion that Morrissey is going to bring Hank in to relieve Cosgrove in TV's cases.
what? Oh my God!
Why would you doubt it?
It
makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but
why would you want Cosgrove on those cases?
No,
Yeah, but I think that judge is a pretty straightforward guy. I think he's
not
gonna
guaranteed
play
the same judge each time, though.
Well, I thought he
He's got-
has the same judge from here out. I thought.
No, he's got so many different charges and so many
But
different
this is the whole
courts.
case, right? The one that he's heading
They
into.
dropped all the ones in the
Right.
window.
Yeah, that's done. But
They
now
dropped 6 of the original.
Right?
They dropped 6 of the original 12 that included the witness intimidations of mainly the police, but not the McAlberts.
McAlberts is coming up now, right?
And then he's still got stuff with the fake victim for witness intimidation and wiretapping. And then he's got the Chris Albert window intimidation. He's got several.
He's got shit coming up. Yeah.
I just see, especially after losing this case with Karen, that they will, and Hank's statements today kind of brought it even home harder for me today. I feel like they're going to bring Hank in on Turtle Boy.
We'll see.
2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I do feel like he has a legitimate gripe, but I also feel like he was probably trying to give them some time. I would have done the same thing, and other people swooped in and got the interviews. I think at this point, fuck it. Do the reach out to everyone, and so what? It's a sloppy second. It's not the same interview. You're not.
Yeah, just like with your 11, I think his was so much more meaningful than anything I've read or seen thus far. So still go for him.
Well, can we talk about the fact that Runkle outdid LYK? I think the shock factor of being the first one actually paid off at 47,000.
I believe it does. Plus, LYK is going to be a shorter stream, and it's not going to be any subscriber questions. It's going to be just his, where I think Runkle was a little bit more even about what he asked. His was longer.
What was your feeling? I watched
1 minute.
half to 3/4 of Runkle with Yanesi, and then I did not watch any of the lawyer, and I know you love him, but I know you're also objective.
Yeah, it was good. It was a different line of questioning. It was more lawyer-related questioning about what they experienced in the courtroom from a legal perspective versus the questions that common people would have.
Okay.
It was still very good and informative. It's worth watching.
25 seconds.
5?
Here we go. 25.
Okay. Night, y'all.
25 seconds.
Love everyone. Thanks for the birthday well wishes. I guess.
Yes, happy birthday, Denise.
Happy
Good night,
birthday.
ChatRats.
Y'all. Thank you all.
Thank y'all for hanging out with us.
Of course. It wouldn't be any place else.
So many other places to be, though.
It's not your birthday anymore. You're not special anymore.
No.
From coast to coast, we on that grind. True crime tales, we follow the signs. ChatRats rolling always on time. We dive in deep into every case, from alibis to that suspect's face. Gobble drops and the stakes get high. We light it up, truth never dies. Global crew, all eyes on the stream. Investigations run like a dream. Popping facts with that midnight spark. Solving crimes even in the dark. We got theories and we got files. We got timelines stretching miles. Clicking links, checking the stats. Say it loud. We the ChatRats. Let the story unfold from the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the ChatRats. Murder boards and old police logs. Late night lives and digital fog. We question the lies, breaking it down. Flashlight minds in a sleepy town. Whispers turn to witness names. Motive, weapon, unravel the games. With every puff, a clue gets clear. Truth hits harder than smoke in the air. Follow the thread, where it led. One more clue, what they said. Puff, puff, pass, let the story unfold. From the first 911 to the courtroom code. Running down leads, we don't relax. Light it up, we got the facts. Puff pass, bring the justice through. From the crime scene sketch to the interview. Together we vibe in every chat. Watch us work, we the ChatRats. Light it, pass it, the journey goes on. From the crime to the court, dusk till dawn. Truth seekers under digital hats. Solving mysteries, we the ChatRats.